It is 7 p.m. and I'm going to call the City of Iowa City Council meeting to order. And I'm going to start with roll call, please.
Burgess.
Here.
Mims.
Here.
Sully.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Teague.
Here.
Thomas.
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
All right, welcome everyone. It is March 16th, 2021, and we are going to start our agenda with item number 2, which is a special presentation by Johnson County Public Health. Welcome, Sam Jarvis.
Hey, good evening, everyone. And as always, thank you for having us to provide updates to the community on where we're at with disease investigations and vaccine planning. As many are probably aware, in terms of disease investigations and trends, we are certainly on a downward trend in terms of cases in Johnson County. So we're happy to see that, likely due much to everyone recognizing the importance to continue to socially distance and wear masks and continue with those mitigation measures, but also as we see more and more persons in our community get vaccinated. So again, if we see either clusters or smaller outbreaks or persons quarantined, it's likely due to, again, those cases where a person is asymptomatic or showing up ill. And certainly we do our best to act as quickly as possible to address those, and certainly get in contact with folks to isolate or quarantine. On the vaccine side of the house, we're making good progress. Certainly it's still fairly frustrating for many, for those who are especially looking for those vaccine appointments and availability. But we know that over the past week, the state had announced it's administered its millionth dose. So we are making progress. So we're happy to see that. We're happy to see our supply continually, slowly increasing throughout the state. And certainly Johnson County has been, surprised and received slightly more vaccine in the past couple weeks. And so we continue to see good progress where we can continue to address those who are either in phase 1B who are age eligible or phase 1B who are occupation eligible. So in terms of progress of where we're at in phase 1B, we are stepping into tier 2 and primarily working on that first group, persons with disabilities, and addressing manufacturing, and have made a lot of contact to folks through some state contact lists of those occupations, and continue to prioritize and sub-prioritize those groups and those occupations. So we feel pretty good where we're at. We know that a lot of our educators this past week, I believe, will be getting their second dose and finishing that. Our first responders and daycares are being taken care of. I believe last week was one of the last waves of those. So in terms of where we thought we'd be at starting February 1st, we feel pretty ahead. And so we appreciate everyone's patience throughout this process. It's been frustrating. It's been frustrating for us as we've seen some changes, which certainly aren't expected. We recognize that as time goes on, eligibility will open up. But every time it does, every time there's a change, that demand increases, overnight when eligibility changes. And certainly we've not seen the supply meet or exceed demand yet, but we know that day will be coming, and we continue to make progress. So those are large and main updates. What others have likely probably seen in our community and across the state are many other pharmacies offering vaccine that may have not been before. And so likely what is happening, it's either pharmacies like Hebl or others who are in the CEPSN network, which is more smaller chain pharmacies like Towncrest and New Cara. They're part of the state federal retail pharmacy program, where they're getting doses or their vaccine supply allocations through that kind of supply chain. And there will likely be others in other big box stores like Walmart and others in the future that will be turned on and through Operation Warp Speed. So as time goes on, we'll continue to see more providers be able to provide vaccine. And at the moment, we are continuing to plan on receiving allocations from the state, and we'll continue to work with our partners here locally to address those who are prioritized and others that are at risk or high exposure. So with that, I'll stop talking and happy to answer any questions.
Sam, Janice Weiner, I just wondered what your plans are to get out into the community. I know that, for example, UIHC is doing a big site every week, but sort of getting into areas of the community where it might not be so easy for people otherwise to get to the vaccine.
We're looking at other mobile options and certainly other sites that will host smaller clinics. And certainly, I know our partners at Towngrass have had several other community clinics that they've had throughout the community, and only intend to do more of those as we continue to come across other needs and things. So we're certainly looking at other options for homebound folks as well too. So a lot of irons in the fire, I would say, starting last week and trying to finalize the details this week so we can continue to make those announcements and kind of finalize those plans. So.
Transportation for many has been a question that I've gotten and wanted to know what the plans are for transportation to clinics.
We're directing a lot of folks to Kelly Schneider here at the county as our mobility coordinator, and certainly I've talked to other transportation organizations on how we can best coordinate and plan those as well too. So I know that our communications team is sharing a lot of those details out every week, and we likely will be having volunteers out in the community starting end of this week and next week to hit other areas that likely might have poorer access or maybe thought to, other access to information or certainly access in terms of mobility. And we're trying to get information out on foot too. So, back to kind of old fashioned door knocking, because we know that that's still a good method at times.
Well, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And as always, I appreciate having the opportunity to share information. So thank you.
Great, thanks. Thanks for the update. Moving on to item number 3, we have 2 proclamations, starting with 3A, March for Meals on Wheels Week. And this will be received by Kay Fisk from Horizons. So March on Wheels. March for Meals on Wheels. Whereas on March 22nd, 1972, President Richard Nixon signed into law a measure that amended the Older Americans Act of 1965 and established a national nutritional program for seniors 60 years and older. And whereas for nearly 50 years, these critical programs, commonly referred to as Meals on Wheels, have delivered more than just nutritious meals to homebound seniors in virtually every community across the country. And whereas the dedicated staff and volunteers who deliver these meals each week provide a vital lifeline and connection to the community, which are sometimes all it takes to keep our senior neighbors at home where they want to be. And whereas Meals on Wheels programs have come together each March since 2002 to celebrate this proven collaboration of local community organizations, businesses, all levels of government, and compassionate individuals to ensure that our seniors are not forgotten. And whereas by volunteering, donating, or speaking out, you can ensure that seniors in your neighborhood can live more healthy, happy, and independent lives at home where they want to be. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim the week of March 22nd through the 26th, 2021, to be March for Meals on Wheels Week. And again, this will be received by Kay. Welcome. You're muted. Kay, you're still muted. We can't hear Kay. What we'll do is
There, are you
yes,
hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right, so sorry. I am very, very happy to hear your proclamation, Mayor. Thank you so much, and thank you to the council members and everyone present. This proclamation is something that brings awareness to Meals on Wheels program, not only in your area in Iowa City, Coralville, and North Liberty, but in the other counties that we serve in your area, which is Cedar and Washington and Iowa counties. So this reaches out to all these different areas. When I say bringing awareness to the program, I'm talking about the fact that we have many shut-in older adults that their only lifeline is getting the Meals on Wheels delivery each day. And during the pandemic and during the very severe winter months, they've depended on us greatly. And we've had to serve frozen meals, which is not our choice of meals to serve, but the kitchen where the meals have been prepared is in Cedar Rapids, and we have not been in a capacity where we've been able to produce hot meals. We're looking forward to starting our hot meal delivery again in May. And this is going to be to the delight of many because hot meal is much nicer than a frozen meal that you have to warm up. Nevertheless, having a meal delivered does get a nutritious dinner into the stomachs of these individuals. Plus, the wellness check that we do at each visit is extremely important. When I say a wellness check, I'm talking about things like just maybe asking some questions that are relevant to health, like have you checked your blood sugar today? Have you taken your meds? And God forbid that we find somebody who has fallen. That's one of our worst nightmares, is to find a person who's fallen, and that does happen. So these are just some of the small things that we can do to be able to make lives better for these individuals. We've been able to give them some personal hygiene products, some cleaning supplies, paper goods, and things like that during the pandemic that relieves them a great deal from having to make trips outside the home. So we'll continue to do that as long as possible. Your community and Cedar Rapids community are both absolutely outstanding when it comes to donations and bringing things to us to use for our deliveries. So we encourage everybody to keep that up. And again, we thank you for the proclamation, and hope to be able to continue to serve the area for as long as the future holds. So I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has any questions.
Okay, we really appreciate all the work that is done through Meals on Wheels in our community. Thank you so much for being here today.
Absolutely, and thank you as well.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You as well. The next proclamation is 3B, Transgender Day of Visibility. Luck Markstone with Iowa City Pride will be accepting. I don't see Luck just yet. So Luck, if you are on the call, and maybe you're on the phone, if you can press *9. All right. Whereas in 2009, Rachel Crandall, head of Transgender Michigan, founded International Transgender Day of Visibility to complement Transgender Day of Remembrance. And whereas while Transgender Day of Remembrance memorializes those we have lost, Transgender Day of Visibility celebrates the living, educates the public, and reduces transphobia. And whereas this day is dedicated to celebrating the accomplishments and victories of transgender and gender expansive people, while raising awareness of the ongoing discrimination, harassment, and violence they still suffer. And whereas we recognize over 1 million Americans are transgender and have bravely overcome significant hardships to live their authentic selves, and whereas we come together as a community to advance the cause of transgender equality, and we acknowledge that far too many transgender people, especially those of color, continue to face profound threats to their safety and well-being. And whereas we value our transgender and gender expansive residents and visitors and their contributions to this community, Whereas as efforts to limit the rights of transgender and gender expansive people continue, we pledge as a community to support and uplift them. Now and therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2021 to be Transgender Day of Visibility in Iowa City and affirm this community's commitment to equity and full inclusion of our transgender and gender expansive community members and guests. And I'm going to see if I am not seeing a hand raised. Well, I see 3, but they are not for. So I'm going to assume that Luck is not with us at this time. But nevertheless, this is a great proclamation that we're very happy to give. I do see Harry. Harry, are you here to accept the proclamation?
Sure if I'm in a position to accept this, but I just want to say that as a transgender woman in Iowa City who has seen my transgender friends be groped and harassed by Iowa City police, I just don't really see this as very meaningful to my own personal experience living in Iowa City. That is all.
Thank you. All right. Great. We are going to move on to items 4 through 9, which is our consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve as amended?
So move. Souther.
Second, Taylor.
All right. Would anyone from the public like to address any item that is in the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, press *9, please. Seeing no one. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are at item number 10, which is community comment. And this is a time for the community to make any comment on items that are not on the agenda. I do understand that there are several people on here for item number 26, which is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So there is an item that will be further down on our agenda. So if that is the item that you would like to address, we ask that you wait until that item come up. At this time, we ask that people keep their comments 3 to 5 minutes. And I will start with the caller on the phone whose number ends in 9787. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Angela Folks, and so this is the first time I participated. So if I ask a question that I cannot, please just let me know. But I would like to ask a little more questions or have clarification. When Harry just spoke and said Iowa City Police have groped some of his transgender friends, I do not appreciate open-ended statements. Can we get dates and policemen's names for things like that?
Just so that callers, just so that everyone know, this is a time for you just to speak and share what's on your mind. Council will not engage.
Okay, so I didn't know if I could. I've never done this before.
Understand.
So then I guess I have nothing to say.
Thank you. And can you give us your first and last name, please?
Angela, last name Folks, F-O-U-L-K-S.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Jennifer. Welcome, Jennifer, followed by Amelia.
Thank you, Mayor Teague. I am here from Jennifer Banta from the Iowa City Area Business Partnership.
Can we have you speak a little louder, please?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, so Jennifer Banta from the Iowa City Area Business Partnership. We represent over 700 member businesses here in Johnson County, and we focus on making our community the best place to live, work, and learn. So I wanted to give you all a quick update on the recent Humanize My Hoodie Ally training that you supported through providing scholarship funding to participants. The online Humanize My Hoodie workshop provided attendees with a comprehensive approach to preventing racist attacks on Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color. The subject matter is critical for professionals in a wide array of backgrounds, including healthcare, education, banking, just to name a few. Um, Director of Ally Training, Seema Pothini, facilitated the Humanize My Hoodie Ally training to 59 area business professionals in order to learn how they could become better allies so that in turn they could become better business leaders, colleagues, friends, and community members. We partnered with Andre Wright and Jason Soul with the Humanize My Hoodie movement to provide participants with a customized, facilitated online, safe workshop experience. Participants gained valuable knowledge to reduce threat perception, identify microaggressions, debunk myths of Black criminality, and understanding better what allyship means, and to identify barriers faced by youth and adults who identify as BIPOC. We hosted this event on Saturday in January 9th at 8 a.m. Because this workshop required some deep personal reflection and introspection. We felt like keeping it out of the work week allowed participants the space to really be involved and not distracted by what's going on in the office. Like I said, we had 59 community members participate, and we found that attendees were active, honest, and engaged in small group conversations throughout the workshop during breakout sessions. If you're not familiar with Humanize My Hoodie, it was co-founded by an alumnus of our community leadership program, Andre Wright, with a mission to debunk stereotypes. And he uses fashion, activism, and education to help really humanize people of color. And we just wanted to thank you for participating and being a partner in this workshop and providing scholarships to our residents and business owners and business leaders so that they could participate and learn more about being an ally. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your support in this endeavor.
Thank you. Welcome, Amelia, followed by Nicholas.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I have two things I want to kind of just touch on. After that lady that just called in, the first thing I want to say is Harry, who is a she does not owe you an explanation. And quite frankly, that was completely overstepping someone's boundaries, as well as it threatens trans people's safety in our community. So comments like that was just utterly ridiculous, and I really don't even have words. But moving forward, the first thing that I would like to bring up today is the situation with Chris Kelly. And I think many of us are familiar with the situation and incident. And if you aren't, I really suggest that you kind of Google it and do some research into it. First, I want to show my support and stand in solidarity with him. To put it quite frankly, the city's response to this whole situation is disgusting, and everyone involved trying to silence Chris Kelly and hide the fact that we have violent white supremacists in our police force and in the Johnson County Attorney's Office, which I think many of us have known, but that shows us even more now, should be ashamed of themselves and should resign. The fact that your own city attorney won't even meet with Mr. Kelly's lawyer to discuss the settlement says everything we need to know about Iowa City's response to racial justice and goes to show why the TRC is a complete mess to begin with, thanks to City Council. The officers who assaulted and arrested Mr. Kelly and the Assistant Johnson County Attorney should all be under investigation. This should have been happened when the city was very first made aware of this incident. Everyone involved in this, as well as the people trying to bury it, have all completely violated Mr. Kelly's rights. The city not only brutalized Mr. Kelly, they took 8 months from his life. It seems that the main officer involved in assaulting Mr. Kelly plays the role of community relations officer. This is exactly what we meant when we all opposed the Fruin plan for the police budget. It's not clearer than ever now. The Fruin plan is just a complete insult to the residents of Iowa City and a joke. Another thing is Janice Weiner decided to take upon herself to write a whole opinion in the Press Citizen about spray paint, but hasn't said a word about Chris Kelly or any other act of violence ICPD has put Black residents through. Just like the article about the lawsuit says, this case wasn't just an isolated incident born of one person's mistake, but instead a particularly flagrant instance of a broader and long-standing custom and practice that is familiar to many Black people in Iowa City. So yeah, that's kind of all I just wanted to say. And yeah, I would just like to show my support to not only Harry, but Chris Kelly. And that's all.
Thank you. Welcome, Nicholas, followed by Kim.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to second everything that Emmy just said, especially with regards to the Chris Kelly situation and the city's absolutely atrocious behavior. And the thing is, it's not just with regard to the civil rights lawsuit itself. I mean, first of all, you all should be embarrassed that at the very same time that you believe yourselves to be engaging in this great resolution in support of Black lives, that you're actually being sued by a Black man for a civil rights violation by your own police department, a police department that you regularly go to the mat for reasons that continue to bewilder me. And the thing that I specifically want to add to what Emmy said is that you have a pattern that is being established here. It's not just the Chris Kelly situation. It's not just the complete omnishambles that you made the TRC into. It is also the fact that your own Human Rights Commission several months ago recommended to you to create a non-voting seat specifically so that you could have someone on council to help you with these matters. And in fact, the commissioners were in universal agreement about the fact that you all have a massive blind spot when it comes to these issues. That's your own Human Rights Commission. So I don't really understand, like, who has to finally get it across to you that, like, your own judgment is fundamentally in question. And now the fact that you have stuck this absolutely ridiculous item on the agenda, like, I just don't even understand where your heads are at anymore. So honestly, what you should be doing right now is you should be directing your city attorney to immediately engage in a settlement agreement with Mr. Kelly. Hopefully, then you'll actually be able to save a little bit of face, because to be perfectly frank, if this suit goes where I'm pretty sure it's going to go, like, you think you're embarrassed now, like, wait till that goes down. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Kim, followed by Bailey.
Thank you, and good evening. I'm Kim Casco, President and CEO of the Iowa City Area Business Partnership, and as my colleague Jennifer mentioned, we represent over 700 local businesses and exist to help make this a good environment for our businesses to grow and thrive here, which was significantly challenged this past year with the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm really here this evening to thank you all for running the Iowa City Small Business Relief Program, which has provided critical funding to help our businesses survive so that that they can one day, hopefully soon, get back to growing and thriving here. There were many businesses that were ineligible for some of the other federal and state financial resources that were out there this past year, particularly our minority-owned businesses, and many were starting to lose hope and considering closing. This program was very timely and it filled a needed gap. And so we appreciate you dedicating the community development block grant dollars that were allocated through the Federal CARES Act to supporting our local business community. We also want to thank you for allowing the business partnership to partner with you on marketing the program and providing assistance with completing the application. We know through prior efforts that a good number of businesses were not getting COVID-19 financial assistance simply because they were unaware of what was available and didn't know how to even complete the paperwork required for the applications. So we've been doing a lot of outreach to our underserved businesses in this community. And so our partnership on this program really allowed us to leverage that. And also our partnership enabled us to offer businesses free assistance with completing the application and assembling the necessary paperwork, which is, I think, what made this program really unique compared to other resources out there. We provided that assistance through a local organization, Community CPA, which specializes in assisting small businesses and particularly minority-owned businesses. We think that that assistance was very much appreciated. And so again, we appreciate your partnership on that. And I particularly myself
Kim, you just went
enjoyed
out.
working with Tracy Haichu from the city team. Oh,
You're back.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm giving a shout out to Tracy for all her fine work on that program. And again, just want to thank the council for supporting our business community, for running that program. We want you to know that we're committed to continuing to doing this outreach and building relationships with and building a better support ecosystem for our most underserved businesses here. And we hope that you will continue to partner with us on those endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Bailey, followed by Renee.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to point out that what Angela Folks just said was, I mean, Harry just said that she was a woman, and then Angela came in, called her a him, and I just think that that's something that the city council should definitely be addressing, especially in the wake of claiming to care about Trans Day of Visibility. You just allowed that to happen under your noses and didn't say a word, and I'm very disappointed in you right now. And yeah, I would like to second and third everything that Emmy said and Nicholas said about the Chris Kelly case. I mean, I just don't even understand how the city council is able to just kind of pick and choose what they speak about. I mean, sometimes you guys act like your hands are tied, but then as Nicholas said, you are able to write think pieces about whatever you want and get them put into the local media. So I just really wish that you guys would put some money where your mouth is and quit with these what's the word I'm coming up, or I'm blanking on this word right now. Not symbolic, but these symbolic and kind of useless gestures when your actions are the exact opposite. Thanks.
Thank you, Bailey. Renee, welcome, followed by Harry.
Hi, I also would like to, I guess, fourth at this point, second everything that Emmy, Nicholas, and Bailey just said, and I also stand with in solidarity with Harry. It is not acceptable that they were misgendered under your noses, like Bailey said, and you guys said nothing about that. Again, speaks to the performativity of city council in general. Second of all, with regards to the city, the Chris Kelly case in the city, it is just laughable that you guys, like Nicholas said, didn't even think of nudging your city attorney to discuss this case with Kelly's lawyer. It just shows again that how, Eleanor, you are you're functioning within the white supremacist system, and you are allowing all of you on city council are again functioning within this white supremacist system that is Iowa City, and allowing it to continue to be perpetuated upon Black people and harming Black folk continuously day after day. You guys are all involved in it, and if you don't want to be called out for being like people who are performing within this white supremacist system, then change your actions like Bailey said. I also want to tell the public that documents and videos regarding Chris Kelly's case, if you wanted to do more research, are on walkingwhileblack.org. That's all lowercase and there's no spaces, walkingwhileblack.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Harry, followed by Annie.
Yes. So basically, what I'd just like to say is that it has become increasingly clear that the City Council of Iowa City has never had any intentions of working with the people of Iowa City, who have sent a clear message of defunding the police and just working in that general direction, you know? It's become increasingly clear that the City Council created the TRC with the intention of absorbing, diffusing, and frustrating the revolutionary and transformative energy that is so common among your constituents. Why else would the more centrist neoliberal members of the TRC jump ship as soon as leadership is obtained by somebody with more radical ideas? Why else would the City Council be choosing now of all times to suspend the TRC? The reason for this, I believe, is that the centrist neoliberal individuals in the City Council have worked their butts off to make sure that no real transformative change happens in the city, despite the fact that the people of the city have been overwhelmingly in support of defunding the police, despite the fact that you guys actually agreed to a list of demands explicitly, including one explicitly defunding the police. So I don't even know what that promise means, nor what any promise coming from this City Council would mean coming forward in the future. But basically what happened was, as soon as the people of Iowa City started to win this game, the politicians that are supposed to represent us flipped the board over. That's called a rage quit, and it is not a good look. It shows that you are controlling and desire to control the narrative to ensure that no real change happens in the city. We have barely gotten to discuss the Chris Kelly case because Iowa City cannot reconcile the reality with their desires. That's why we have barely heard any comment from anybody in City Council with regards to Chris Kelly, and it's absolutely shameful. The government of Iowa City believes that they can do abusive things and then control the process by which victims heal and find justice. And personally, it's just not okay. It's just, I don't think the City Council is doing anything that they need to be doing. They're not doing their jobs. And just quickly, if Angela is still listening, I'd just like to talk to you woman to woman. And I would just like to say that when we hear about sexual violence happening to women, we don't demand evidence and documentation, because that's not how we stand in solidarity with each other. So please do better. Both you and the City Council, do better. That is all.
Thank you, Harry. Welcome, Annie, followed by Dan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. I just wanted to thank Harry and Emmy and Nicholas and Bailey and Raneem for sharing their distaste with the performative activism of City Council while they allow racist and transphobic oppression to occur in Iowa City daily. I support Chris Kelly's civil case and hope that justice is served. In the meantime, U.S. Council must not accept the city manager's current restructuring plan of Iowa City Police Department, and you all on the City Council, as well as City Attorney Eleanor Dilks, should resign for the immense harm you have done to our community. Listen to and represent the people. I'm sincerely ashamed to call you my government. Thank you. Not.
Thank you. Welcome, Dan, followed by Taylor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am here speaking out in support for Chris Kelly, and I just would like to say that I hope the City Council does right by him. I'm a lifelong resident of this community, currently residing in Manville Heights. And I'm speaking tonight because not one person on the City Council seems intent on doing the legwork needed to improve our community. it seems like they haven't been engaging with people who've been reaching out, and a lot of their interactions with the public have been negative. This is especially true in regards to the suspension of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And everybody here, I think, pretty much has deep concerns about what voting yes on that proposition will mean for the residents of Iowa City, and it's specifically BIPOC residents. For years, Iowa City has been painted as the San Francisco of the Midwest, but that's just not true. It's a lie, and the veneer of it has been taken away over the last year. And I just wish that the city council would acknowledge that and that they would commit to reform. Sorry, I lost my place. This is why your vote tonight regarding the indefinite suspension of the TRC is so important. The TRC had a rocky beginning since many of the members seemed more interested in bowing to Iowa City's white political establishment than creating the changes needed to better the lives of their BIPOC residents. The Iowa City Council stood idly by as Roseanne Porter's bullying derailed the commission's progress. Since that time, the commission has been going smoothly and making more progress than ever. Despite the empty seats that have yet to be filled, it is clear to anyone actually watching their meetings that things are going well for them. It should also be noted that the council hasn't used similar vacancies as an excuse to disband other groups. There is no good reason for you to suspend the commission. Doing so, therefore, can only serve one purpose: upholding white supremacy. Council members, whose side are you on? If you vote to suspend the TRC, don't claim that it is for the good of the community. It's not. Don't piss on our backs and tell us that it's rain, because it's piss. Stopping the work of a well-functioning commission trying to solve issues of racism in our community is not the way to serve people in the community or to uphold its mission. By doing so, you would be doing far worse to Iowa City than the white supremacists who spray-painted Nazi slogans all over City Park last October. Whose side are you on? Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I did want to I know that we have a few people that it's probably your first time coming to a council meeting. The TRC is an agenda item, and this is not the appropriate time to talk about the TRC. Welcome, Taylor, followed by Ala.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. I want to echo, now too many to list, Amelia, Nicholas, Bailey, Harry. I will not address the TRC, but I agree with them as well. I agree about Chris Kelly. I am appalled with the way this council has acted, the way this council has failed to act until it's time to undermine the work that radical people are doing in this city. I don't understand how we're supposed to accept that this council is still on our side. It very much seems like everything that has been done since last summer has been an effort to either appease people who are demanding change or to put it off until we forget. We are not going to forget. I'm sorry, I don't do well speaking. I've been emailing you since last summer, and I've been tuning into these and listening to these meetings, and I hear people say repeatedly what they want and what they believe, and then I hear you all say that you've heard different and that the public actually feels different and that actually there are good enough reasons to not listen to us. And I'm sorry, I'm not sorry, that is unacceptable. That is unacceptable, and I don't understand how you can take the actions that you are proposing later tonight and other actions that impede this progress. And I don't understand how we are ever supposed to trust you again. I don't understand why anyone who is pushing for change should ever trust you to work for it again or should ever work with you within this system if you go through with this. Iowa City has a chance to do historic things. This is maybe the only place in Iowa, certainly I think the one of the first places in Iowa that is capable of doing this. And I don't understand why you don't want to make this change. I don't understand why you don't want to be able to put this on Iowa City's list of accomplishments, that we are actually making bold change that we can point to and say, actually, this does work. Actually, look at this. We are learning. We are figuring out a new way to keep people safe, to have a kind, safe community, an anti-racist community, not one that's obsessed with optics, not one that hears us and sees us, but that is actually working against structural problems that endanger marginalized people. And I'm sorry, I'm appalled, I'm disgusted, and there has to be a turning point here. You guys have to rededicate yourself to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ala, followed by Maya.
Hello. My name is Ala. I just want to agree and like show my support for Harry. I agree with Taylor, Renee, Nicholas, Harry. Hopefully Emmy. Hopefully I didn't forget anyone. About the Chris Kelly case. I just want to talk. I do stand in solidarity with Chris Kelly. I do want to talk about the officer that harassed and attacked Chris Kelly and how he was still left within the force after that happened. And I hope you guys know that the same day that the Chris Kelly incident did happen, that officer, Travis Neal, did go and perform an illegal search and seize at an apartment in Coralville that same day. And so the fact that you allowed someone like that within the force, and then you all continue to say, oh, don't defund it, we're going to work with them. That's not possible, because how are you going to work with a structure that is ruthless and careless, rude, racist to begin with? It's just sad to hear that he did, like, people reached out to you guys and you guys failed to comment, or you guys failed to do anything regarding this case until it got to this point. And it just goes to show that you guys are not for the people. The police do work for you guys. You guys don't really want to do anything regarding how the police is structured, how racism still continues within the force, and how we see it right now. And still no word from City Council. That's very sad. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Welcome, Maya.
Good evening. My name is Maya, and I just want to support and second the people who have spoken before me. They put it more eloquently than I ever could, but it's obviously clear that we are incredibly frustrated. Harry, Chris Kelly, and the entire Iowa City community deserve way more than what you've been doing. Y'all need to be louder about injustice in our city. Please use your platform for good and not to uphold the racist power structures that persist. You're upholding it when you don't speak out. Your silence speaks volumes, and we are tired of it. We need transformative change, and if y'all aren't going to oversee it, then you're going to get voted out. Again, I just want to stress that you do right by Chris Kelly. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome, Joe, followed by Ava.
Thank you, Mayor Teague. I am Joe Coulter. I am a member of the Citizen Potawatomi, and I just want to remind people that the land that you are on tonight are the land of my ancestors. The Potawatomi, the Odawa, the Chippewa, the Hoto Missouri, the Iowa, after which the state is named. Where is your land recognition? Where are you? What have you taken away from us? Think about it. I'd like to see the city commission, city council begin their meetings with a land acknowledgement. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Eva, followed by Oliver.
Looks like they've got an older version, so I'll have to promote to a panelist. It'll be just 1 second.
Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. It's good to see everybody. I'm Eva. I'm a lifelong third-generation Iowa City resident. My grandparents went to the university. My mom went to the university. I go to the university. And I just wanted to come here and tell you guys, as a citizen who's pretty deeply embedded and invested in this community, that it kind of like appalls me that you're considering suspending the TRC following this resignation. There was like a series of super dysfunctional displays by the leadership, and
Eva, I'm sorry, the TRC is later on the agenda, and you'll be able to come back and talk about the TRC. Thank you.
I think we lost the mayor.
This is Lily. I'm going to go help Bruce get reconnected.
I can take over and we can just move with the next one. I guess Dan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I would just like to say that in regards to the TRC, it's the most important issue that I think one of the most important issues that people have.
I'm sorry, Dan, the TRC, it is on the agenda.
And that's much later. I mean, I think that the people should be allowed to speak their truth because some of us can't stay on the meeting till the very
Yeah, but we cannot talk about something on the agenda right now. We have, like, because it's on the agenda.
We're not asking the council to comment.
I can't hear you. You're muted.
I just got muted, but I think a lot of people, a lot of people won't be able to have their say. So I think that the council, they don't have to respond to what people are saying, but I think people should be allowed to speak their truth until waiting an hour and a half, 2 hours, however long it takes. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Next, Oliver.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So my name is Oliver Weiline, longtime Iowa City resident and board member of the Iowa City Tenants Union. I use he, him pronouns. I just wanted to echo the chorus of people before me who were talking about how they're disappointed in the way that virtually no city leaders have spoken up about the Chris Kelly case and the Chris Kelly lawsuit, and no one has even come out and condemned violent racist police officers such as Travis Neild for racially profiling him, and a federal judge saying that he did so. And I understand that you're probably being advised by the city attorney or something to not say anything because of ongoing, civil lawsuits, because you don't want the city to fork over millions of dollars or something. But I mean, that's kind of, it's what you reap what you sow, and this is the byproduct of policing in general. And I would say you would have to worry about this less if the police department didn't take up way too much of our funding and didn't take up so many resources and didn't demand and strike fear in city officials because of fear of backlash. That's all I wanted to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. We'll go to Taylor. Tyler? Tyler?
Hi, yes, Dan got cut off there, but I agree about his point about the agenda and the fact that the most important issue was last on the agenda. I think in the future, it would be great if things like that were earlier on. A lot of people have to go to bed to get up early for work. I, for one, have to get up at 3:30. I was still ready to stay up however late this goes because that is a crucial point, but like not everyone has the ability or the privilege to be able to do that. And it's pretty appalling that that's the choice people have to make in order to speak up for their community. Thanks.
I don't see anyone else. Do you?
Jeff, can we take just a minute? We're having some technical issues with Zoom.
Yep. Let's we'll just take about a 3-5 minute break and then we'll fix the technical issues and be right back.
All right, if everybody is ready to get us started again, so sorry about that. And thanks, Mayor Pro Tem, for jumping in there and taking over. All right, we have Robert Johnson.
Since our comment normally go until 8 o'clock, I think we have 5 minutes for more comment. And yeah, there is Robert is the one. Dan already spoke, but you have Robert on the call. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Robert. We can hear Robert. Yes.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
We can, yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I really just wanted to reiterate the fact that I do believe that you and the council are doing what you can to try and do to make the right decisions for the best, for the betterment of everyone as a collective group. And so, however, you know, we do see the Chris Kelly thing, but we do believe that you and your team are making the best decisions possible. So just wanted to iterate a little support for you and your team.
Thank you. And Dan, you've already spoken. Is there anyone that else would like to address to make a comment during this time? Welcome, Jalen.
Hey, I just want to.
Jalen, you're on mute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, technical difficulties.
Hello, I keep getting muted every time.
I'm sorry, Jalen.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to speak up and say that I don't agree with the last person who commented. I think that the responsibility does fall on the City Council of Iowa City, and we see these situations like the Chris Kelly situation. And I think that everyone on the Iowa City City Council is directly complicit in that. And it is up to y'all to make the situation right by defunding the Iowa City Police Department. You all need to tear down this racist system. It's not working for people of color. It's not working for Black people in your community, and you all are complicit in the violence that continues to happen in your city. So for that last commenter to come on here and say that y'all are doing the best you can, well, the best you can is not good enough because people are getting hurt. People are being impacted by your decisions, and you're not doing enough at all. So you need to step it up.
Thank you. Welcome, Payton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to come and say that I agree with what Jalen just said, that you guys really aren't doing everything that you can be doing. I think you're trying to appear like you're doing everything that you can be doing, but definitely that is not the case because you haven't defunded the police. You're trying to get rid of a commission that could actually be helpful, and you're really not doing anything. So I don't know why anyone would come on and say that you're doing everything you can be doing, but you can definitely be doing a lot more, and you should be. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. We have 2 more, and these will be the last 2 individuals that we'll allow during this time. Welcome, Kevin, followed by Adam.
Hi, I just wanted to add some words about the fundamental necessities of police in our structure of government. The police are a business themselves and they operate as a business. And the problems that we have with the police departments are quantifiable. We could see how much money that they take from the city government. We can see the arrest rates. We can see the returns of investment from crime rates. And if the importance of public safety is to lower those crimes, we need to try a new method into the city. Investing in other funds have a greater and higher and would have a greater yield of investment than keep continually funding millions of dollars in the police department. And this pattern isn't unique to Iowa City. This is unique to all police departments across the country. So if we really want to stop an emotional debate and look at in qualifiable objectives, it is there. And it's there in numbers that the police have been and will always be a racist institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Adam. And Adam will be the last person for now.
Hello, my name is Adam. I use he, him pronouns. I just want to speak on uplifting most of the comments before me, but also talking about just in Iowa right now with a lot of the legislation we've seen at the state level. It's a very scary place to live. And it's really a time for local governments that can support us to step up for us. And a lot of that comes to the fact that somebody called into this meeting and misgendered Harry at the beginning. Thank you very much, Harry, for speaking. And council did nothing to protect them. That directly ties to the fact that at the state level, there have been many attacks on trans autonomy or just trans rights in general. Yeah, I think it's really time for council to step up in cases like that to be protecting the people they can against just the horrendous things we're seeing at the state level. Also, of course, wanted to highlight the Chris Kelly situation and how just horrific it is that something like that can happen to us in Iowa City. It's just very clear that you aren't doing enough, and you're also positively choosing to do things that are turning the needle backwards. You're not just failing to move forwards, but you're actually regressing a lot of things that a lot of people in this meeting have already talked about since the promises made last year. So just wanted to speak on that.
Thank you. All right. Thanks to everyone that has shared tonight. And we understand there's others that want to share, but our time will not allow us to continue with public comment. We are on to item number 11. And this is 2021 tree planting. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the 2021 tree planting project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipts of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Julie.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I believe Kelly's going to put a map up to show you on the screen. This is tree planting project that we will have contractors doing this summer and fall. 690 trees to be planted in 2 locations. Beyond that, though, I wanted to let you know that we have about 6 other tree planting events happening towards the end of April. These are public events that will have community volunteers helping at a variety of locations. So we'll be getting those dates to you in an information package if anybody wants to come out and join the volunteers with tree planting. This particular project is contract tree planting, 690 trees of over 100 species, different species mix, 1 inch to 1.5 inches. The first map shows the locations along Scott Boulevard in the right-of-way from Dodge Street to all the way to Highway 6. And then the other location, if we can change the map, is in the Mackinac neighborhood. This is out on Foster Road. Throughout this entire neighborhood, which includes Sugarloaf Circle, Tranquil Bluff Trail, Mission Point Road, Arch Rock Road, Algonquin Road, and Manatee Trail. All of this area is just a little bit different. They'll be getting slightly smaller trees, more like crab apples and ornamental trees, just because the planting area along those right-of-ways is not nearly as large as what it is in some of our other areas. All of the property owners in both of these locations have been notified by mail, have been given the option to opt out of the program. We've had very few opt out. We've had a few contact us with specific tree species recommendations or location changes slightly in front of their properties, but in general, seems like we get a lot of positive momentum happening with this project.
Any questions? Public discussion. If you would like to address this topic, please raise your hand and I'll call upon you. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Thomas.
Second,
Second.
Taylor.
Moved by Thomas, seconded by Taylor. Council discussion.
Well, it's nice to see some new tree plantings in various locations. For some reason, it overlooked the Scott Boulevard planting. So that's a nice addition to my understanding of what's being planned. And also to learn about the volunteer plantings. In fact, I was planning to contact Julie and Parks tomorrow about another one, which I hope we can initiate perhaps on Arbor Day is where we're thinking of doing it. So thanks for all your work on this.
Any other comments?
So right after the derecho, it's particularly important that we plant and restore our tree canopy. So happy to see this.
Mhm.
And I should just quickly mention also our Root for Trees program is still available. If you go on the city website, you can plant trees on your private property within the city that you can get at a 50% discount at a number of local locations. So look that up. It's not only on our right-of-way trees, but there's a lot of tree replacement happening throughout the community.
Great. Roll call, please.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims.
I didn't hear Mims.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 12, City Park Ball Field Improvements, Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the City Park Ball Field Improvements Project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing the city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Julie.
Hi. So this item takes on our older baseball fields at City Park. We've been working with the youth associations that play baseball there and upgrades they'd like to see and needed safety and player accommodation updates that we need. This one replaces the fences on fields 1 through 7 and adds them to field 8 along with foul poles and improving the dugouts. So it's just very much some maintenance upkeep on this facility that should keep it as one of the nicer facilities in the area.
Any questions for Julie? Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Thomas.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 13, Asphalt Resurfacing 2021. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Asphalt Resurfacing 2021 project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing. And welcome, Jason.
Welcome, Mayor Teague. Council members, my name is Jason Reichert. I am the senior engineer in charge of the annual resurfacing project. I have a brief presentation, kind of go over what we got going on this year. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so the Asphalt Resurfacing 2021 project. Tonight we are approving the plans and specifications. So brief project overview. This is part of the annual pavement rehabilitation program, which also includes crack sealing and PCC patching. This is the asphalt resurfacing portion and will include pavement milling and asphalt overlay, storm intake repairs, curb and gutter repairs, replacement of curb ramps to meet current ADA standards, and new pavement markings where needed. The sites included in this year's program are North Clinton Street. Sorry, papers in here. North Clinton Street from Church Street to Iowa Avenue, Jefferson Street from Madison Street to Dubuque Street, South Dubuque Street from Court Street to Prentice, Dearborn Street from Muscatine Ave to Jackson Ave, Rarrett Road from Deerfield to Mormon Track Boulevard, First Avenue from Muscatine to Bradford. And this year we also have a couple of parks projects. We are overlaying some various roads in Oakland Cemetery. We are going to overlay the Robert A. Lee Rec Center parking lot, the Mercer Aquatic Center parking lot, and the Forestry Maintenance lot. And another aspect of this project, we also do some chip sealing of various roads in the city. There's not very many, but Taft Avenue is one that we do annually, and that will be part of this program as well. The project timeline, again, as I said earlier, we're approving plans and specs tonight. We'll go out to bid tomorrow. We have a bid letting on April 8th, and we'll award the contract at the April 20th council meeting with a specified start date of May 3rd and a final completion date of October 29th. I did want to talk a little bit about the length or duration of the project. We're anticipating that the contractors are going to be pretty busy. The contractor from last year still has some work remaining on the 2020 resurfacing project, and we do have another rehabilitation project coming up that should bid later this year as well. Along with the North Clinton and Jefferson Street sites, obviously being affected by university traffic, we've set time limits and restrictions on those sites so they can be done in the summer months and allow for university move-in and some other university projects that are going on in the same area. So although the duration seems a little long, we are working around quite a few restrictions. And so we're just trying to provide as much flexibility as we can to get everything done this year. So with that, are there any questions?
None. Thank you. Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, press *9. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
I'll move.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Burgess. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 14, Melrose Court Sewer Improvements. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Melrose Court Sewer Improvements Construction Project. Establishing amount of bid, security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. Due to a publication error, the public hearing and resolution will need to be deferred to the 4 p.m. March 23rd, 2021 special formal meeting. So that information will be in a further meeting. We're going to move on to item number 15.
Mayor,
Yes.
we're going to need that motion to defer.
Thank you.
Move to defer.
Second, Mims.
All right, council discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye. Any opposed? All right, could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Weiner.
Second, Mims.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 15, Melrose Avenue, IWV Road, Highway 218 to Hebl Avenue improvement. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Melrose Avenue, IWV Road, Highway 218 to Hebl Avenue improvements project. Establishing amount of bid, security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for the receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing.
Good morning, or good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just had a brief presentation, so if I can try and share my screen here. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right. So the Melrose Avenue IWV Road Improvements Project is a joint project between the city and Johnson County. The map down there in the bottom right, you can see it's located on the far west side of Iowa City, where Melrose Avenue extends into the county. The project will include complete roadway reconstruction from essentially Highway 218 out to Hebl Avenue. It'll start at the section where it transitions from 2-lane to 4-lane on the east end, and then on the west end, it'll stop just east of Hebl Avenue. It'll tie into the project that the county had completed a few years ago. In addition, it'll include replacement of a number of drainage culverts out there. The drawing here, you can see those yellow lines. Those are the approximate locations of the main drainage culverts that'll be reconstructed with the project. And then finally, it'll also extend city water main out to the landfill. Currently, the city's water main ends at Slothauer Road. So this project will extend that to the west out to Hebl Avenue and then south to the Iowa City Landfill and Recycling Center. Here's a typical cross section of the project. So the top is a drawing that shows an illustration of kind of the various measurements for the cross section. The bottom right shows the section that was completed by the county a few years ago. So it gives you an idea of what it's going to look like. Overall, it'll be a 34-foot pavement width. That'll include 12-foot travel lanes, 1 in each direction, as well as 5-foot paved shoulders. In addition, it'll include a 3-foot granular shoulder on one side and 5-foot granular shoulder on the other side. The difference between those two is related to the traffic staging that we're doing for the project. We have some shifting that we're doing to maintain traffic, and so one of the sides will actually be a little bit wider during construction, and so the decision was made to just leave that for following construction, since it will have to be constructed for the project. Right away will vary between 100 feet and 160 feet. Those wider areas will be in areas where additional space is needed for drainage and the drainage culverts. And then the posted speed limit will be 35 miles an hour, which will be consistent with what is located west and east of the project. This one's a little more complicated than usual, given that it's a joint project with the county. We have four divisions in total. Division 1 will be 100% county funded. So that's the section that's completely within the county that will be funded completely by the county. Division 2 is the area between Hurt Road and the city limits. That'll be a joint funded section between the city and the county. That's also going to be the section where we're going to apply the STBG funding that we received. So that's federal aid that we received. We'll be applying that to Division 2 with the intent that if there's money, if it costs less than the STBG funding that we have, then the city would retain any outstanding money. So the thought is that the STBG funding would apply for that section and likely pay for that section. And then Division 3 would be the roadway section that would be completely funded by the city. And that's the section that's located within the existing city limits. And then finally, Division 4 is the water main, and that would be completely funded by the city. So looking at kind of a breakdown of costs and schedule, total project cost is about 5.1 million. That includes the 930,000 that we have in STBG funding. So again, that'd be the federal aid for the project. The breakdown ends up being about a little over 3.1 million from the city and about 1.9 million from the county. Again, that would include that 930,000, which would be expected to be applied half and half to the city and county portions. It will be a DOT letting, and so we will look at a March 18th bid letting for the project, looking at construction starting this summer. This year's construction will likely include water main construction, as well as construction of the drainage culverts, as well as some grading that would happen outside of the roadway. So the road would be maintained other than when they are constructing the drainage culverts. And then next year would be mostly the paving that would occur in the 2022 construction season. And with that, I will take any questions.
Hearing none, thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand and I'll call upon you. If you're on the phone, press *9. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Weiner.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Item 16, fiscal 2021 budget amendment, public hearing. Resolution amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget. I'm going to open the public hearing. Staff presentation, if any. Here you are, Dennis.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Dennis Bockenstead. I'm the Finance Director for the City of Iowa City. And tonight there's a number of items that are the completion of a long budget process and capital process starting last September. And the first action tonight is the public hearing and adoption of the budget or the amended budget for the fiscal year 21 budget. This is the second amendment for the fiscal year 21 budget. And this came through the budget process and was part of the 21 to 23 financial plan and 21 to 25 capital improvement plan document that was given to the City Council and the general public in December. And then through January and February, the City Council met and discussed that document, which incorporated this amended budget. And since those discussions, there's been no changes to that financial plan or to the capital plan that had been discussed or proposed. And just to give you some highlights that were in this amended budget that came through that process includes the addition of the $1 million appropriation for Black Lives Matter. In addition, there was capital projects added at the landfill, which included a upgrade to the bulldozer out there, and expansion of the leadership system. Also, there's been a delay of 1 year for the Rochester Avenue reconstruction and the Gilbert Street Bridge projects, just due to better timing of those. In addition, there's the addition of the purchase of public housing units at the Augusta Place Apartments and the Chauncey Building. And then there was a myriad of adjustments due to COVID-19 related revenues and expenses. And so tonight, we're just asking you to adopt the amended budget, and I will take any questions if you have any.
Hearing none.
Right. Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Please raise your hand or press *9 on the phone. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Thomas.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 17, fiscal year 2022 budget public hearing. Resolution adopting the annual budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. I'm going to open the public hearing. And hello, Ashley.
Hi, good evening. You should see on your screen the very short slide summary here. Dennis walked through the 21 budget amendment. I'm going to do a very short overview of the 22 budget summary. So this will also encompass the items in the 3-year capital plan and 3-year financial plan and 5-year capital plan that council reviewed early in January. So as Dennis said, we started the budget process in September last year. Staff put together the budget and presented the capital improvement plan to council in early January, followed by the operating budget review on the 9th. In February, we set some public hearings had to set the final maximum property tax levy. And then we set the budget public hearing and find ourselves here today in March for the adoption of the budget. It needs to be into the county auditor by March 31st by state law. A couple of the strategic initiatives included in the budget and capital plan includes $1 million general fund contribution towards affordable housing efforts. We have $595,000 to support community nonprofit agencies. In the past fiscal year, council increased that amount, and this is a continuation of that effort. We've capped our 3-year progress to getting a minimum wage for hourly employees to $15. We're also aggressively funding climate action and adaptation efforts, as well as investing in our master plan, so parks, bikes, and other road improvement projects, along with our facility planning. A couple of highlights in the budget itself. We're reducing the tax levy rate. This is at minimum a decade of reductions in the tax levy rate. I'll hit on that slide. We're building strong reserves for Iowa City Future, and I'll just highlight that we're not proposing any new utility, transit, or parking fee increases. 2 years ago, council approved a 2-step water rate increase, and this would apply the second 5% increase that we delayed because of the pandemic in the last year. So final slide, this is a review of our property tax rate trend. So the blue line indicates the levy itself, as well as the yellow bars indicating the increase in valuations of the property. And we landed at a final property tax rate levy of $15.67, and that's a decrease of 10 cents from the prior year's property tax levy. So that concludes my presentation, and we'll take any questions if you like.
Hearing none, thank you. Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand. Welcome, Karen.
Yes, my name is Karen Covey. I live in the Mark Twain neighborhood. And I just wanted to say that although there's been lots of critique of local government, some of which may have some grains of truth to it, I also want to note many of the very progressive items that are in this budget. It is unprecedented to have that much money going to affordable housing from the general fund, as well as the $15 minimum wage and the climate action investments that the community is making through its city council. And so not everything is good or everything is bad. And I think it's just really important for the community to be reminded of that.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Mim.
Second, Thomas.
Moved by Mim, seconded by Thomas. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims, Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 18, 3-year financial plan and 5-year capital improvement plan. Resolution approving the 3-year financial plan for the city of Iowa City, Iowa, and the 5-year capital improvement plan. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Weiner.
Second, Mim.
Staff presentation.
Mayor, there's no presentation on this item. It's kind of wrapped into Ashley's previous presentation.
Great. Anyone else like to address this topic from the public? Welcome, Karen. Or was your hand still up? Maybe I didn't notice.
Oh, this is just some quick comment about the CIP. I know I've spoken with many of you and at public meetings about the dropping of the two-way conversion of Jefferson and Market. I do realize that you all will be speaking about this in April and hope next year at this time I can come to the public hearing, and thank you for reinserting that project back into the CIP.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one, council discussion. Roll call.
I would just,
please.
if I could, real quickly, I would just like to say, you know, I'm really pleased to see that we've been able to get in. It's our 10th or 11th year, 10th year, I think, of reduction in our levy to get us a little bit more in line with some of the other larger cities in the state. And also glad to see that we're able to continue to build those facility reserves as well as our emergency fund. I think the presentation in our work session tonight on our needs for streets and to try and find some additional funding for those to avoid significant deterioration in that quality of those streets is a really important thing, and says that while we've got, I think, a good budget here, we certainly have a lot of work to do over the next 5 to 10 years to figure out how we're going to continue to kind of maintain the services that we have and or add additional services. Thank you.
Great. Roll call, please.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 19, 10,200,000 general obligation bonds. Resolution instituting proceedings to take additional action for the issuance of not to exceed 10,200,000 general obligation bonds. I'm going to open the public hearing.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully you can see that PowerPoint presentation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. So tonight is a number of public hearings and resolutions to institute the proceedings for this year's 2021 GO bond issue. And this came out of the city's capital program and budget that we went through this past year. And so I'm just going to talk a little bit about this issue. And then, as I said, it's addressing a number of public hearings and resolutions that are before you tonight. The timeline for this year's bonds, and we set the hearing on March 2nd. And then tonight there will be 3 public hearings, one for each portion that falls under a different part of the state law. And then there is a resolution to authorize the property tax levy for the repayment of the bonds. Right now, we're planning to have a Moody's bond rating call on April 13th. And we'll come back on April 20th City Council meeting for additional resolutions to proceed with the sale of the bonds. And then on May 4th, we'll take the actual bids, open the bids for the bonds. And then on May 18th, the City Council would do the final approval of the issuance of the bonds. And then on June 1st, we would take proceeds from those bonds. This slide shows you the projects that were approved as part of the capital improvement program for 2021 that are being funded from these general obligation bonds. I will note that the largest portion of this bonds here is for street work. So you've got $1.3 billion. That's an augmentation of the street rehabilitation program that Jason was talking about. We have about another $1.78 million for the Melrose Avenue reconstruction that Jason just spoke about. The other Jason, Jason Hebl. And then the Benton Street rehab, $2.4 million, and Orchard Street reconstruction at 1.2. So the largest portion of these bonds is going towards street reconstruction. Other notable items include $1.5 million for a new fire truck, $700,000 for the senior center improvements that are currently underway or being studied and planned. $620,000 for a new south side recycling site. And then additional sand and salt storage bunkers, which may have come in handy this year at the Public Works facility. And then some additional funding for the Highway 6 trail. And just to reiterate that these were projects and this amount of bonds was approved through the 21 amended budget and 5-year capital improvement program. That these have been incorporated at current and future property tax levy projections. This will be a competitive sale for these bonds, which we'll take bids for. And then after this, you'll take a series of actions. Items 19 through 22, there's 3 public hearings followed by a resolution and then another resolution after that. And I will take any questions if you have any.
Hearing none, thank you. Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, council discussion. Oh, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Burgess.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 20, 700,000 general obligation bonds resolution instituting proceedings to take additional action for the issuance of not to exceed 700,000 general obligation bonds. I'm going to open the public hearing. And I know that Dennis just talked about this. Public discussion on this item. Would anybody like to address it? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Mims.
Second, Taylor.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Salee.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are at item number 21. 1 second. All right. This is 700,000 general obligation bonds resolution instituting proceedings to take additional action for the issuance of not to exceed 700,000 general obligation bonds. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone from the public like to address this topic, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Taylor.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee.
Us.
I didn't hear. Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh.
Yes.
There.
Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 22. 2021 Gold Bond Pre-Levy Authorization. Resolution authorizing the issuance of 11,325,000 general obligation bonds, Series 2021, and levying a tax for the payment thereof. I'm going to open the public hearing. And would anyone from the public like to address this topic? Please raise your hand and press *9 on your phone. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mims.
Second, sorry.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. We are at item number 23, parking, curbside pickup and delivery. Ordinance amending Title 9 entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 4 entitled Parking Regulations, Section 10 entitled Parking for Loading and Unloading to establish a curbside pickup and delivery space. This is first consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
Move, sorry.
Second, Taylor.
All right. Welcome, Jeff.
Mayor, this is a really brief item here, but essentially, as we've adopted to more curbside pickup in the downtown area, we need to update our code to reflect those new standards, which will allow us to enforce those regulations. So this ordinance will allow us to force those delivery curbside pickup areas in the downtown.
Great. Any questions for Jeff? Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand or press *9. Council discussion.
I've used these curbside parking places many times for a lot of these downtown businesses, and I think it's a great idea and is helpful to these businesses for people to shop there and order food items, etc. So it's a great idea.
Great. Roll call, please.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 24, restaurant definition change for outdoor service areas. An ordinance amending Title 4 entitled Alcoholic Beverages, Chapter 1 entitled Definitions to revise the definition of a restaurant for outdoor services areas. Second consideration, and staff has requested expedited action.
I move that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed to be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Second, Taylor.
All right, would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, press *9. Seeing no one, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved.
Second, Thomas.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Thomas. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 25, renaming Creekside Park to McPherson Park. Resolution renaming Creekside Park as James Allen McPherson Park. Could I get a motion to approve?
So moved. Weiner.
Second, Mims.
And welcome, Julie.
Hi, Council Julie Seidel Johnson, Parks and Recreation Director. Last summer, you directed staff to look into having a park renamed after a prominent Black person in the community. Shortly thereafter, we had a number of residents contact both council and staff recommending James Allen McPherson for the honor. He's a Black author who was a faculty member at the Iowa Writers Workshop. He passed away a few years ago, but he was the first Black Pulitzer Prize winning author in nonfiction. At the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, when this was discussed, we had nearly 20 people speak in positive things, wanting and support for this change. They knew Mr. McPherson. And you may say, well, why name a park after someone with a literary background? His entire ethos was about community gathering and having spaces for people to gather, get to know each other, spend time together, which I think is completely appropriate for the times we're in now. He was a resident not far from Creekside Park. We've notified the neighborhood, had social media posts, a number of things go out, and in general, lots of positive comments about supporting this. Other parks were considered. The commission talked about a smaller park, Rogers Green, which is actually very close to where Mr. McPherson had lived. They talked about Riverfront Crossings as a large park. They talked about Weatherby Park in the south, but decided that since that was one of the few parks we have that was named in honor of someone else, to not use that park, and then settled on Creekside due to its location close to where he lived, his neighborhood, and just the essence of that park. It's a newly redeveloped park with a lot of gathering spaces. It's well used, and I think it'll be a really nice location to honor Mr. McPherson. And I can answer any questions you may have.
All right, no questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand. I do see a hand raised. Oh, okay. 1 second. Welcome, Rachel McPherson.
Howdy. Thank you for that wonderful recap of the meeting. I just wanted to point out that his middle name is misspelled on the agenda. So it's ALAN, but anyway, just a small thing. And also he was the first person Black person to win Pulitzer Prize for fiction. But he also writes nonfiction. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize for the error.
No problem, no problem.
Welcome, Dan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would just like to say that it's really cool that we are renaming parks and stuff after people of color, but I mean, if you're not doing any more than just that, then it's all just performative and it's pretty meaningless. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ryan, or Dan. Welcome, Rhea. And pronounce your name correctly for me. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. I don't see. Oh, there you are. You're on mute.
I didn't realize I was going to appear on camera. Well, I would just like to make a comment in support of the naming of the park. And I actually disagree with Dan. I think that it is very meaningful that we are doing this. And irregardless of other issues pertaining, I don't think that we should let other criticisms that have been mentioned in the council to interfere with the importance of this and honoring James Allen McPherson in this moment. So let's not meddle this and really just give our gratitude to this moment. This is really special and this is big. So I would just like to say hi to Rachel McPherson, James Allen McPherson's daughter, who who has done so much for this to happen. And anyway, just please let us honor this. Thank you for making this vote today.
Thank you. And I'm going to welcome other individuals. I'm also going to ask people to keep their comments to 3 minutes. And then we have, and I'm sorry if I pronounced this wrong, last name Kushner, followed by Amelia. And please pronounce your first name for me.
Hi, yes, my name is Avia Kushner, and it is an honor to be here. I just want to say that Jim McPherson was my teacher, he was my friend, he was my neighbor of many, many years, and I think this is extremely meaningful. I think Jim loved Iowa City, he loved public spaces, and I'm very grateful for this naming, and I think it's both symbolic and I would say actual, because it's going to provide a place for people from all walks of life to talk with each other and remember Jim. And I think that's what Jim would have wanted. So that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, Amelia, followed by Mohammed.
Hi, I just want to say that, I do support Dan's comment. I think it's very legitimate and a very legitimate concern. I don't think at all what he was trying to do was disrespect James' family or anybody or this opening of the new name of the park. I think he was just merely pointing out that, you know, there's been a large group of Black individuals, IFR, who have been pushing to do a lot of work in Iowa City and have been completely ignored. And I think, I just think like it's just one thing to like name a park and then like completely not support a group of Black individuals that are trying to do like real work in the community. I think there's many other ways that we could see real change done in the name of James, as well as I'm happy about the park. So that's just kind of all I want to say.
Welcome, Mohammed, followed by Joe.
Thank you, Mayor Teague. I just wanted to say that I am also very appreciative of the action of renaming this park, and I'd like to thank Ms. McPherson for everything that she's done to accomplish this, and for the city for considering this as well. And while there is a lot of other work that needs to be done, it is nice to see a step such as this taken, because at the end of the day, anything that pushes us into the right direction is highly important to the process. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Joe, followed by Sarah.
I want to say that somehow Iowa City needs to dedicate a park to our indigenous native people of Iowa. It's time we did this. It's time we recognized where we are, who has been here, and who remains here in dedication. I agree with the adoption of this park, and I hope to see a park for indigenous people in Iowa City. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that haven't already addressed council that would like to address council? Welcome, Sarah. Sarah, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Haroun. Just want to say I'm honored to be here. I just want to say I'm grateful to know Mr. McPherson. I take care of him of the end of his life care at Oaknoll. That's the time when I knew him, and I'm so honored. I'm so grateful to know him, and I want just to say hi to his daughter, even I didn't get to meet her at that time, but I'm so glad to say hi to her right now. And just want to let you know, at that time, I'm the only one as a Black African women work at Oaknoll. And also at the same time, he is the only one African man here at Oaknoll. And I'm just want to say I'm so honored. I'm so glad, grateful to know him and take care of him of the end of his life care.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address council that hasn't already addressed council? Seeing no one, we are going to move on to council discussion.
I'm really glad that we're able to do this. I think as a result of a lot of the things that happened this past summer that kind of pushed us in this direction, something that I think is long overdue. And I think the community came out and recommended an absolutely outstanding and deserving individual, and very, very happy to support the renaming of the park for James Allen McPherson.
There's a really beautiful story behind the naming, and I'm really, really pleased and happy that it's taking place.
Mr. McPherson.
I'm just going to say that I'm very pleased too, and I think it's a very appropriate park because of the location and the openness of it, and I think it'll be perfect, and I look forward to seeing a new nameplate there for it.
I believe Mr. McPherson is well deserving of this park named after him. If you knew him, you would know that he was all about community, making people laugh. He was quite a storyteller, highly intelligent. I think that this is a great honor, and so happy that the city of Iowa City have the opportunity to vote to name this park after him tonight. All right, hearing no more comments, roll call, please.
Sully?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. All right, item number 26, Ad Hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission. This is a resolution temporarily suspending the operation of the Ad Hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And could I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Mims.
Second, Thomas.
All right. Well, this is an item that I actually had directed to put on the agenda. And it really came out of an abundance of seeing various things happening with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I believe that council needed to address, have a discussion related to the TRC, and this will be our time to have that discussion. I do know that there will be some people that want to make a comment, and so I'll come back and make more comments after. So we'll open it up to the public. And we ask that you keep your comments to 3 to 5 minutes, and we'll start with Ashley, followed by Mohammed.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Mayor Teague. Honorable City Council members, my name is Ashley Lindley, and as I'm sure you know, you appointed me to the Iowa City Human Rights Commission. I am incredibly proud to be able to serve, so thank you for that. I am here tonight to express my personal support for the Iowa City TRC. Having read all of the related correspondence in your packet, I'm actually going to take a slightly different approach in my statement, so bear with me here. In my 8 years as an Iowa City resident, I've focused my energies on social service work and advocacy. I believe in standing up to injustice and uplifting those who are oppressed, and have helped advance this work with area social service organizations. I serve on the HRC's anti-racism subcommittee and also an independent human rights working group that is alongside Mr. Aaron Page, whose letter was included in your late handout packet. Now, this statement is not meant to virtue signal, rather it is to stress the fact that as a body, you are tasked with appointing the most appropriate individuals to each commission, people who will presumably do the most good, and then to support them. I imagine that you appoint individual commissioners not only because of the breadth and depth of their experience, but also for their passion and dedication to their commission's work and their unique backgrounds and perspectives. I suspect that while I wasn't there for the discussion, this is likely even more true for the TRC commissioners. Now, the TRC is not the first commission to have resignations. I know that just since I began my time with the HRC, we have had two, both for different reasons. These resignations occurred very early into both commissioners' terms, and I believe it's important to affirm that resignations do happen. We also don't get a lot of journalists or other visitors, so it might surprise some folks to know that commissioners on the HRC don't always agree. Last year, when it came to discussions of the protests and how to express our support for the Black Lives Matter movement and IFR, I recall much passionate discussion and debate over how to express our support. Because at the end of the day, human rights work is hard, and we can't expect the work of the TRC to be any less so. Now, the TRC commissioners were appointed by you, presumably for the same reasons that you appointed my fellow commissioners and I to the HRC. However, unlike our broad focus on all things human rights, they are digging into the work of discovering truths and trying to create reconciling solutions to oppressive systems that have existed in one form or another here in our country for hundreds of years. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, you said to the TRC at their last meeting that you believed in them and their ability to get the work done. And I'm concerned that by considering suspending this commission when they still have a quorum and have taken the steps needed to begin their work in earnest, you are not only undermining your own words, but also potentially creating further division by expressing a lack of faith in the current commissioners and their ability to do the work. As someone who's been in attendance at most of the TRC meetings so far, I believe this past meeting was actually one of their better sessions, both prior to the leadership vote and at the close of the meeting. I want to express my admiration for Chair Traore in his calls for unity, his statement to Royce Ann Porter acknowledging the many positive impacts she has made in our community, and his resolve to lead alongside his fellow commissioners rather than leading over them. Now, transitions of power can be messy, but a lawful vote occurred and new leadership is now in effect. The remaining commissioners are still a diverse bunch with differing opinions on what truth and reconciliation look like, but I believe they can get this work done if given the chance. So I urge you to please honor the charge that you have given to these commissioners and let them continue working to create meaningful change in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Welcome, Mohammed, followed by James.
Thank you very much, Mayor Teague.
Yes, welcome.
I come to you today to offer my full perspective. First and foremost, I'd like to make it known that I did not join the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to stroke my ego, as some would make it seem. I did not join the commission in the hopes of crushing the city government, shutting out the voices of those that disagree with my viewpoints or in the pursuit of more power. I joined this commission because I believe myself to be someone that cares deeply for this community, this state, this country, and all the people I have the good fortune to come across in my life. I'm sure to state this as the recent media coverage and the opinions offered by some of my fellow community members seem to cast doubt on my leadership skills, my intelligence, and most importantly, my character. To this, I take great offense. Every single day that I have the pleasure of opening my eyes to experience another day, I go forward looking to learn and to grow. While the statements and opinions given by other members of the public as to the dysfunction of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hold weight, they are unfair and do not tell the entire story. Growing up, I learned that a leader is one that takes all responsibility for every failure and every shortcoming. I also learned that a leader is one that praises their peers before they look for praise themselves. As I've said on many occasions in our TRC meetings, I'm here to find the best outcomes for any and every individual that steps foot in this community or chooses to permanently reside here. I did not hyper-focus on race in those statements, so excuse me if I'm puzzled at some members of my own community insinuating that my position as chair of the commission will certainly lead to disaster and disunity throughout the community. I do not know everything. In fact, I take great pleasure in learning new things. Recently, I learned that the great Miss Mary Ann Coleman was subjected to outright hate and death threats during the civil rights era and the ensuing period, that on several occasions she had attempts made on her life or other serious threats of violence. Through it all, she stayed the course. I love her for that, among other things. The Townsends are pillars of this community too. Their contributions do not go unnoticed. I love them for everything they have done for the advancement of Iowa City, Iowa, and the United States of America as a whole. Never will I be one that purposely looks to gatekeep the conduits of free speech, debate, truth-telling, and reconciliation. If I've made anyone feel otherwise, for that, I sincerely apologize. I value the opinions of all people because I believe that truth is subjective. The great philosopher Isaiah Berlin says that the only concrete truths belong to nature, and anything man-made is essentially up for debate. He says that it is through these debates that we get closer to the truth. It is through the painstaking task of listening to understand before we listen to reply that we slowly reach the consensus that we deem to be the truth. If we are here to succeed in the mission of the TRC and to achieve the best individual outcomes for everyone in our community. We must be diligent and keep that in mind. I spent the past week reading and learning about the opinions of our former commissioners and our former never signed his contract facilitator. In that time, I learned a little more and I've come to a conclusion on what I feel that this public disagreement is truly about. Everyone failing to understand before they listen to reply. I will admit I've made this mistake at times. We are all guilty of this. It is time we all admit this, learn from it, and move forward together. If former commission members, a former facilitator, keyboard warriors of all ages, and city council are going to be making recommendations for how we move forward, then I believe it to only be fair that as a sitting chair of the TRC that I make some recommendations of my own. I recommend that anyone that wishes to speak on the TRC, our characters, our leadership capabilities, the intentions and abilities of my fellow commission members, etc., keeps this in mind. Every second you spend bickering about what we have or haven't accomplished is a wasted energy if you fail to truly offer your assistance to help us succeed. I've met with the South District Neighborhood Association, my fellow commissioners, a representative of the Iowa City Area Development Group, and contacted representatives of the United Action for Youth and the University of Iowa Student Government with the intention of gaining a better perspective of the needs of different cross-sections of this community, to build a coalition of representatives from all walks of life to further the ultimate goals of progress, truth-telling, and most importantly, reconciliation. So if you wish to suspend this commission, make your votes. This decision is your own. All we can do is offer you our opinions. Just know this, we will not be suspending our work to pursue better outcomes for all individuals in our community. We believe in that mission far too much to divert our efforts due to the impact of media narratives, apathy of certain cross-sections of the public, the number of other projects we may be working on, or the fact that we have engaged in this commission fully without ever even asking for a penny in compensation. If you still do not trust us to go forth with the TRC, explicitly state so. I need to hear you say the words in this public format. If any of you truly believe this commission cannot be salvaged, make it known immediately so that I can tender my resignation. We will not solely rely upon this commission to keep fighting for what we believe to be right. We do not need your validation to do the right thing. All that we need is the eyes and ears of those that have the same or similar ideals when it comes to achieving true unity. Together, we will achieve truth and reconciliation. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out the strong man who stumbles, or the doer of deeds who could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, Theodore Roosevelt. At this time, I believe it is safe to assume that you all essentially had your minds made up before this meeting began. Your intention is to suspend or disband the commission and start anew with a process you can more closely control. So be it. That is your prerogative. I just hope that you have carefully considered that your decision what your decision may bring. Community participation in truth and reconciliation will not and shall not be completely on your terms. It will be on ours. It will be on the people. Before I finish, I would like to remind you of something that might help bring more clarity as to why the majority of the commission felt that a change in leadership was necessary. The TRC shall strive to provide a safe and supportive space for its work, premised on mutual respect, and should conduct its work so as to promote healing and justice. The TRC shall carefully consider mechanisms to protect participants and shall work to support those who allege harm due to their participation in the TRC process. City of Iowa City Resolution 20-228. Finally, I would like to add, Shaylin Harrington would have done a phenomenal job as chair of the TRC. However, she did not receive the votes in our process. I want to say publicly, Ms. Harrington is a rising star in this community. She's highly capable, intelligent, strong-willed, and determined. I'm happy that we are so lucky to have her in this community. I'm happy this community is fortunate enough to have Mr. Anthony Kern and Ms. Royce-Ann Porter too. Thank you all for your time. Good luck to you in your decision. We have work to do. Sincerely, Mohammed Traore.
Thank you, Commissioner Traore, and sorry I didn't acknowledge your work with the TRC earlier. Welcome, James, followed by Oliver.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor T. Good evening to all community members who have joined tonight and council members. Thank you for your time this evening and continued work to improve our local community. My name is James Wilburn. I was born and raised here in Iowa City, a 2009 graduate of Iowa City High School. I'm quite familiar with the rewarding and difficult work involved for each of you as council members. Both of my parents have served time elected serving in the seats you sit in today. With that being said, it is generally my preference to fly below the political radar. However, I'm here tonight because I could not in good conscience sit silent at the potential to temporarily or permanently suspend the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We are at a point in history where many have a false sense that the civil rights movement is a thing of the past, that prejudice and profiling exists, but quote unquote, not in my community. I urge each of you to consider the message it sends to marginalized communities and the Iowa City community as a whole to leave this commission without the full support and guidance of the council. We in Iowa City are in a position to lead the state, country, and world by example, or to be left behind. Iowa City is a community which prides itself in toting welcoming, forward-thinking, and inclusive values. Personally, as a member of multiple marginalized communities, it is my hope that you all will back those words with intentional actions. Today, I stand in support of all marginalized communities and ask you to do better, bringing real change to fruition when many members of these marginalized communities and our allies feel that institutions funded by tax dollars to serve and protect do less of these things, or in some cases the opposite, for certain members of the community without substantive reason. It is well beyond time to bring cognitive dissonance to an end, to be kind to individuals, yet tough on systems which disproportionately have a negative effect on communities of color. It is time to take a stand at the local level for the Constitution upon which this country was founded and align our systems in both theory and practice to embody the values of liberty and justice for all members of the human race. On your website, it states that this council established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to bear witness to the truth of racial injustice in Iowa City and to carry out restorative justice. Suspending this commission, even for a brief time, sends a message to persons at risk of racial injustice, including myself, that these injustices will continue unchecked here in Iowa City. At a time when there is an active federal civil rights complaint filed against the city, this would be an extraordinarily disheartening message to send to Black and Brown community members and our white allies. It is my recommendation that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission not be suspended, but rather expanded, beginning training and procedural guidance for current commissioners immediately, while seeking to replace resigned commissioners and facilitator in a timely fashion. It is my recommendation the commission be left intact and active to provide independent review for complaints filed against the police department, as well as taking charge of and expanding legitimate evidence-based cultural competency training for the police department and all city law officials. That the commission host regular public hearings for community members to voice concerns, as well as an avenue to submit anonymous concerns. That the commission be granted the ability to look into and address concerns brought forth by the community. It is my recommendation that the city council guarantee full cooperation of both the police and law departments, as well as any and all city governmental officials and employees in evidence-based restorative justice practices in cases the commission deems action necessary, and that the council encourages the school and healthcare systems, housing providers, and financial institutions to lean on the support and skills of this commission, using these same practices to make Iowa City a better place for all who live here. I hope each of you takes serious the impact your decisions regarding the Truth and Reconciliation Commission will have on the Iowa City community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to point out that there are 18 people with their hand raised, which is great. We want to hear from you. And I'm going to ask that everyone do keep your comments 3 to 5 minutes, and I will have to interrupt if someone goes longer than that. Welcome, Oliver, followed by Ala.
Hello, this is Oliver again from the Iowa City Tenants Union, and my pronouns are he, him, longtime Iowa City resident. I just wanted to, I think lots of people, even on the city council, who are considering, or somebody on the city council who is considering suspending temporarily the Truth and Reconciliation Commission would say something to the effect of, well, we support the commission, we just think that we need to step in due to quote unquote dysfunction or conduct at the meetings and that type of thing. I just wanted to speak to the fact that most of the commissioners, we were aware of inappropriate conduct at the meetings or dysfunction at the meeting. And so what they did was they took care of it. And not only for those reasons, but for ideological reasons, they decided that new leadership was needed. And you could tell with the last meeting that happened, where the former chair was not chairing the meeting and was not leading any discussions, that the meeting went extremely well. Commissioners conducted themselves very professionally. And it seemed, just from the meeting standpoint, that the problem had mainly been solved, and that the commissioners are absolutely more than capable of taking care of these issues, these problems themselves, and don't need any meddling with the from the Iowa City government. Also, I know that it was the point of contention when establishing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the TRC, that commissioners were a little bit, some of the commissioners were a little bit concerned about their autonomy, and they were reassured by some city council members that they would not be interfering, they would not be, pulling any strings behind the scenes, anything like that, and that they wouldn't have to worry about it. Well, now it really seems like they have to worry about it, and it seems like an intentional, even if people aren't aware of it, even if they're doing it subconsciously, an intentional political takedown of people who the city council just generally just doesn't agree with. And that totally violates all of what the city government has been trying to reassure the TRC of, which is they aren't going to meddle in their business. I would also like to say that, the protests over the summer, which, me and lots of people who are going to comment on were out there every single day, were subjected to brutal police violence. I'm not sure how many city council members have been tear gassed, but I do not recommend it. It is certainly not something to just get over it, to quote some other person. Lots of people were even not happy about the fact that it seemed like the city council was trying to put just one solution to fix all, that was the TRC. And even people that are on the commission and people in the IFR recognize this, but still, in good faith, have decided to participate and give it their all. And within the rules, they have done everything that they can, and they did not do anything wrong, but it seems like they are still being punished for flexing what little power they have been given. And I think is an absolute slap to the face to not only them, but every single person who was out protesting every single day, getting brutalized by the Iowa City Police Department, by the Iowa State Patrol, by the University of Iowa Police Department, to temporarily suspend something just because you personally do not like the direction that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is going. I think that it has a lot to do with personal relationships with some of the commissioners that resigned. And I think that it is highly, not only unprofessional, but it's extremely, disrespectful, like I said, to everybody who is out protesting every single day over the summer. So thank you.
Oliver. Ala, followed by Billy and Orville.
Hello. I have a few questions for the for the council members. When the TRC was created, did you all really mean to create it for the people, or so you guys can take charge of when to pause it or when to do whatever you guys want with it? Because the reason why IFR wanted to create this TRC was for the people and only the people. And so to see that when work has just started to begin, see how work just started to begin, and the TRC is now being questioned into like pausing it, I just don't understand where that is coming from, because there are many, many solutions to dealing with what had happened and the incidences that have happened within the TRC. Not just pausing it, you guys could have worked behind the scenes with the commissioners, could have done all of this actually under the table. The community members didn't really need to know about the dysfunction and what's going on, because clearly a lot of things are not making sense as to why it's being paused. one, literally, it doesn't need to be paused. You could literally have that kind of conversation with the commissioners. That's not an issue. To everything that was happening when community members were being harassed, I was being harassed by ex-chairman Porter. No one did anything from the city council. No one stepped in. And it wasn't until everything was resolved, work started to happen. Subcommittees were starting to begin to build. Then all of a sudden we're getting, oh, we're about to pause it for no reason. That doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like all the evidence that has been proved, that has been stated to say that the TRC should be paused does not make any sense to us. And I feel like that's why you're getting a lot of community members coming out to speak about this, because this is how important the TRC is. It's for the people. This is why we care so much about why you guys are pausing it.
Thank you. Welcome, Billy and Orville, followed by Amelia.
Okay, there's both of us want to speak. I'm gonna let Orville go first.
Good evening, councilpersons. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you. I attended, I participated in one of the council's meetings. And during that meeting, I became increasingly concerned. This was the meeting where Commissioner Porter, they decided they wanted a vote of no confidence, so they voted her out. But basically, they had a barrage of people coming up to speak. It got to the point where Roxanne resigned as chair. Now, they continued bringing people to speak against her. The new person who had just taken the chair pointed out that since Roxanne had resigned, there was no need to continue. But this group decided that no, they wanted to continue to present their case, which they did. It's sort of like an attack on Roxanne. If you know Roxanne, all the committees she's been on and all the things she's done, she's never had any problems with anybody, but all of a sudden on this commission, she's a bad person, a non-functional person. So then they began to elect new officers. So they voted in new president and a new chairperson. And, once that person was in, the young lady from that participates from New York had put a budget up on the screen that had their recommendations. And one of them was $750,000, for reparations. Basically, this group is, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Black voices, and I feel very strongly about that. What we're recommending is that the committee be disbanded and that you start over. And you start over in a new approach by laying expectations and guidelines out, and that you have a mandatory orientation for all new members. One of the reasons I feel that the commission should be dismantled is that if you bring on new members, the old members that were already there doing a job on Roxanne, it's the type of mentality that we're going to be dealing with. And I don't think that's very healthy. I'll speak for myself. I have worked along with you guys for years. It hasn't always been to my favor, but hey, I stuck it out. And I think basically this is kind of the way that Black voices and a lot of other Blacks, old timers feel. So, whatever comes of this, I encourage you to dismantle. And if you do that and you got a lot of fallout, just remember that us old timers that's been here side by side with you all the years up to the day, if we have to pick up the pieces, we will be there with you to pick up the pieces. But I hope that you will take great consideration and dismantling and starting over. Dismantling and starting over. Thank you.
Thank you, Orville.
And this is Billy. I want to say that I'm very disappointed with the Truth and Reconciliation Ad Hoc Commission. I want to give you a little background. I moved here 30 years ago. I worked at the university for 30 years. I've been on many, many, many committees and commissions and associations. I know how committee work is supposed to happen. Each entity operated with rules and regulations, starting with a mission statement, bylaws, following Robert's rules. We usually knew what we all had the same goal in mind, and we all knew what we were there for. I say this to let you know that I have a little bit of expertise with committee work. I attended the last TRC meeting and was amazed at how the meeting progressed. The members were disrespectful to the chair, to the county attorney, to the facilitator, to each other, and even to the people over a certain age. There was no order to their meeting, and the public was allowed to chime in at will. I can certainly understand how nothing has been done in the 11 weeks since they began. The fulfillment of the charge of their group has not been met. Since the City Council set the ad hoc commission up with no rules, no regulations or guidelines, a resolution that at the first meeting, or one of the first meetings, they decided to rewrite that resolution. I see no reason why the City Council cannot now do the right thing, shut it down, start all over again with a firm resolution, with bylaws, with a budget that they understand, which is not $1 million just for them, a new set of commissioners that would have to apply and be selected by the City Council, and start all over from the beginning. I think you owe this to our community. I understand that the young people want to do it their way, but their way is not always the right way, and they need to understand how things have worked and have worked well in Iowa City. Yes, the police department is not perfect, but they're what we have now, and we need to change it, but we need to change it in the right way. That's it.
Thank you, Billy and Orville. Amelia, followed by Charles.
Hello. So I had something written up, but after that last comment, I guess the main thing I want to push back on there, and I'm not gonna waste my time really, the last people made a comment about doing what our community wants. This is precisely what our community wants. If you participated over the summer, you saw the outstanding numbers of people who supported defunding the Iowa City Police Department, and they are the reason why we even have this Truth and TRC Commission. IFR are the main people who brought this to the table. So it's like the disrespect is just like out of this world. Like I really, really don't get it. So that's the one thing I want to say is we saw when we had there was questionnaires last summer, and majority of the people that turned in them were in support of defunding the Iowa City Police Department and making radical change in Iowa City. And that's very, very, very clear. And when they talk about how a bunch of people from the community came up on kind of like, I don't know what they think we ganged up on them, that's showing majority. We were the majority of people who are in favor of getting a new chair, and that's perfectly okay. That's how it's democratic. That's how it's supposed to be. And if you don't like it, quite frankly, you need to tell more people to come participate then, because that's what I was told. Before I was participating, I was told on city council meeting to come and participate, and that's exactly what I did. And I was told that by Roy Sam Porter and Eric Harris. But the main thing that I have written up is, so I'm going to be speaking in support of the TRC Commission, if that's not clear already, and the commissioners and the TRC in general. So the motion to suspend the TRC is just so ridiculous and just makes completely no sense. You know, none of us can help but notice the timing of the suspension. Just when we see three commissioners who we all know were there to support city council's agenda, step down. Now all of a sudden you're looking to suspend the TRC. Seems to me that city council has lost all control over the TRC and the budget. So now they want to step in and intervene. But when we saw former chair Royce Porter continuously abusing her power and bullying other people, other commissioners, the public, and the public, which is even more absurd. You never once said anything or stepped in, which is just like out of this world. And then for people to come on here and say that we're trying to attack Royce, no, that is not what happened. And this is factual evidence. Like, you can go back and rewatch these. That is not what happened. We were all very civil with Royce and respectful until she became disrespectful with us. And that's just the truth right there and then. Like, I just don't get it. The whole thing, the whole point, that one of the points that was made, that why she was taken down of his chair was very legitimate. Picking up the phone to go call someone because you didn't like what they said over public comment is completely ludicrous and ridiculous, and just completely, that was just completely justified to take her down his chair. That call should have never happened. It doesn't matter what was said on the phone call, although we do know what was said because the public commenter came back and told us the story. Like, the phone call should have never happened in the first place. And that's exactly why she got voted down democratically, as I once mentioned. So there is no reason the commission can't keep going. Like, I think the first public commenter said that you can just keep going with the commission and then filling in the spots as they keep going and doing the work that they were doing, which I think is a great idea. Or, wait until the commissioners who recently resigned could be replaced. You could have set an end date to the suspension around the time of when the spots are going to be filled, which would also make sense. It really blows my mind that you think now is the time to intervene with the TRC just when new leadership is in charge, new leadership we all know you resent, and also in the light of a human rights lawsuit the city is now facing. Now would be the worst time to suspend the TRC. And I also don't like how you're painting this picture as new leadership is at fault. The dysfunction of the commission, when we all know that you, city council, are to be blamed for that. You, city council, are the reason the TRC was set up to fail. It's the same group of commissioners who are trying to fix mistakes. And if you ask me, they are doing a great job. I demand that you let the TRC keep going and doing the work. And I demand that you listen to the people on the commission itself. Like, that's the whole point of why they're there. They already have committed the time and energy to correct what city council ruined. So I say let them keep going. And they have the majority of the community support. I'll tell you that. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. I wanted to just get the council thoughts. Now, we started at 9:04. I would propose that we go to 10:04 with public comment. Do we have, that would be 1 hour.
I really propose, Mayor, I propose everybody to talk for 3 minutes so we can give a lot time for a lot of people to speak.
Okay.
Because now people going almost, I'm taking time almost 5 minutes, but 3 minutes is cool. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I would agree. Yeah, I see a majority. So we're going to ask everyone to keep their comments to 3 minutes, and then we will go until 10:04. Welcome, Charles, followed by Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I'm reading a letter here that was sent to the council earlier by the Black Voices Project Board of Directors. On the board are Royce Porter, Orville Townsend, myself, Charlie Eastham, and Mary Kenyon. The letter says, we have followed the progression of the Ad Hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission with great interest and with growing concern since its formation in December. The commission was formed to bear witness to the truth of racial injustice in Iowa City and to carry out restorative justice through the collection of testimony and public hearings. It is charged with fact-finding, truth-telling, and reconciliation. We believe that the city erred in failing to provide a structure for the commission or any orientation for commission members about the scope of their work. This left some commissioners with an unrealistic expectation of what they could do, so much so that at the first meeting, there was an attempt to reject and rewrite the resolution the council passed to create it. There's also a significant misunderstanding about the funding available to the commission. Your resolution to create the commission states that the city has allocated funds for the commission or for addressing the Black Lives Matter movement and systemic racism in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, which includes a variety of initiatives, among them the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. As a result of the lack of direction, lack of adherence to the founding resolution, we now see the commission floundering, and it's time for you to step in. Calling on you to disband the commission, start over with clear parameters for the structure and scope of the commission, as well as training on the role of a commissioner for all of its members. The commissioners remaining after 3 resignations in the last week claim to represent the BIPOC community. They do not. The way this commission is approaching its work is causing further division in the community as a whole and within the Black community. This is not what we want. Many of us have spent decades working on righting the wrongs of racial injustice in Iowa City. We know there's still work to do. We're committed to do it. We are not in favor of upending all existing governance and structure. We know with great concern that the city is opening itself to liability, which will be borne by us as taxpayers if it allows the commission to continue to operate without regard to open meeting and anti-discrimination laws. We remain supportive of the idea of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. However, it is in its current condition, the commission is doing more harm than good and is unable to chart a path towards reconciliation within its own membership, much less the community at large. Without intervention, the commission will surely deliver a set of recommendations that you cannot adopt. This will only further inflame tensions between the community members and city leadership, an exact opposite of what we are trying to achieve. And I'll stop there at the end of my 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Bruce.
Thank you. Welcome, Dan, followed by Aaron.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, so first of all, I would like to say in response to Billy and Orville, they didn't really provide any solid reason for why the committee should be suspended, aside from people rightfully calling out Royce Ann and the other abuses which occurred. I mean, they didn't, no one has provided evidence that the end product of what the committee is going to go for is not coming. If you focus on all the things the TRC is moving towards achieving, now more so than ever, given the fact that the abusive members are gone, you will be amazed at how great the community will look once the commission finishes. The people leading it are some of the most gifted individuals in our community, and they should be given the chance to fix the community. About earlier, sorry, I did not mean to blow up the discussion about the parks or denigrate Mr. McPherson. I was just speaking up against, I was not speaking up against renaming the park. Rather, I was speaking up against the irony of the situation and honestly, the hypocrisy of everybody on the city council. Everybody here tonight has shown you evidence and given you reasons, and you would see these reasons if you watched the committee meetings of how well the commission is functioning in regards to achieving its goal. The city council suspending it serves no purpose aside from perpetuating white supremacy. If you do not support the commission in its quest to better Iowa City, what value is that park? What kind of ally pats themselves on the back as a champion of racial justice just because they renamed a park minutes before voting against the interests of their BIPOC citizens? How disgusting would it be sometime after you celebrate this park naming as a great win for racial justice without doing the legwork to actually increase such justice? How disgusting would it be if a person of color in that park gets killed by Iowa City police after being racially profiled? What if someone with as much potential as James Allen McPherson gets murdered by an Iowa City police officer? Congratulations, Iowa City Council. I'm sure that person's family will appreciate the fact that their child was murdered in such a progressive park. I honestly, what would McPherson think about that kind of performative hypocrisy? I mean, it's really, really disgusting, and it really reflects the quality of the Iowa City Council. I've talked enough tonight, so I'm going to let other people chime in.
Welcome, Aaron, followed by Joe.
Yes, hello, Council. Thank you for hearing from me. My name is Aaron Page. I teach human rights, and I helped form a support group, a human rights working group to help support the TRC. And I've got a letter in the record, and certainly won't waste time overdoing it, given that letter's in the record. I did want to say, we assembled some people to help support the TRC. I am personally absolutely available to help. The current TRC has a quorum, seems dedicated and really ready to start working. And just to add, we are really just scratching the surface. The resources we have in the community and the university, nationally, internationally, there's a lot of interest out there. There's a lot of support that can be built into the process while this current TRC, fills out the membership and keeps working and keeps that positive energy that we heard at the last meeting, that call for unity that Commissioner Traore put out. There's really a lot of positive energy and resources available. I just wanted to stress that, and I know I'm personally committed to it. And just to finally to just comment on that energy. I mean, really, the reality is this TRC did come out of that energy. The call for the TRC came out of the energy from last summer, and that was intense energy. And I know it's controversial, but I wanted to emphasize something in the letter, which is it's also precious. It really is precious. It's what's available for us to make change happen. That energy is precious. We're lucky to have it. We're fortunate to have it. And we ought to be treating it with great respect. And I do worry, I know other people have mentioned, I really worry that the damage that this vote could do, whatever the council intends, but I really feel like it could do some damage to the positive energy that that represents, or could misdirect it in different ways. So I really hope we do get to see this council, or this current commission, continue to grow and do the work, and I and so many others stand ready to support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Joe, followed by Steve.
I'm Joe Coulter again. I'm indigenous. I'm a Potawatomi Indian. I previously served on the ad hoc diversity committee for the city of Iowa City. I have also served a full term on the Human Rights Commission, including being the chair. I just want to say that I want to see the TRC to proceed forward and be more inclusive of the people that are here, and to recognize where you are, who was here, and all of the problems that we have experienced as Native people in our community. Now, I do recognize that the rights and the problems with our Black community, with our Latino community, and others are serious. And I think the Truth and Reconciliation Committee should not necessarily completely disorganized, but get repositioned to address these problems directly and include indigenous people on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Welcome, Steve, followed by Karen.
Okay, hello. I'm Steve Roach. I'm a Iowa City citizen, and I am also a enrolled member of the Shawnee tribe. So I will be another indigenous voice. And I would say, as a country, we have this incredibly, terribly long history of bad behavior. And I think what we're trying to do with my understanding of the TRC is try to address some of that very long and historic problems. And what you can see is that with this, there are some generational divisions. It seems like the younger folks are really looking for more change and pushing for more change. And I think that, that does make older folks a little bit more nervous. But I think that's really what the whole point of the TRC is to make people uncomfortable, and particularly to make you members of the city council uncomfortable. if they did not make you feel bad and make you think, hey, am I doing something right? And what is the more that we should be doing? They were failing. And I think when it starts getting uncomfortable is not the time to kind of pull the rug out of it and say, we have to stop, we have to think, we have to find a safer way to go forward, because there's really not a safe way to go forward. So I this idea that, okay, they've made us uncomfortable. And that was what they started with, with the protests last summer. It was to make people uncomfortable so we can move, because as long as we're comfortable, we're stuck in a place that's bad for a lot of people. So there's a quorum. Maybe the council should work really hard to fill the empty positions on the council, but it just seems totally inappropriate at this point, once they're starting to make the level of uncomfort there, to stop it, because that's what we need to go through to get to actual real change. So thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have Karen followed by Annie, and I want to just make mention that we're just 14 minutes away from ending our public comments. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Teague. I did get a chance to look at both the March 1st and March 4th meeting of the TRC, because I was unable to go to the meeting directly. So I was happy to be able to see that. And I think what we have asked of the TRC is the hardest work we've ever asked Iowa City residents to do. And then they've had to do it on Zoom. And so it makes it very difficult to really have these deep, hard, and uncomfortable conversations. And so I think I'm joining the voices to say this is not the time to temporarily suspend the TRC. I think that the resolutions maker, Laura Burgess, has really spent a lot of time listening and wanting to really contribute in a deep and meaningful way. And I know there's going to be a lot of people on this call that disagree with that, but I've talked with her extensively about this. And I believe that the purpose of the resolution is to slow things down, to get structures so that the work of the TRC can be supported. So I am not questioning the intent of the resolution. I may, in many aspects, actually agree with the intent, but I think that the result will not be those things. I think the result will be perceived as being about distrust, about the TRC not being capable of the work, and about control. And that's one of the biggest reasons I really hope that you will vote down this resolution. But I also hope that you will provide the support that is needed to the TRC to do their work. I actually have this idea that I want you to not accept the resignations of Commissioners Porter and Harrington and Curran, and that they be welcomed back to the TRC in a way that truths from all sides can be talked about without other people putting their own intents onto what is said, that there can actually be reconciliation within the commission in public, in a public meeting, so that people can see that model. We are desperate for models about reconciliation without a caustic tone to voice, without putting intents into other people's motivations that we don't know about. We should turn those into questions about people's intents, and huge discussions about respect. And no one is asking about
Karen.
How do you?
Thank you, Karen. We're going to go to Annie, followed by Amel.
Hi, my name's Annie. As an Iowa City constituent, I ask that the City Council votes no on indefinitely suspending the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Based on the behavior of the council, that reminder currently has a complaint against it for racist police brutality. We cannot trust this governing body alone to support the needs of our BIPOC community. The TRC is no doubt a new endeavor that will have difficulties in adjusting, and conflict is hard to hear in our town. that it is necessary to sit through these uncomfortable conversations in the name of racial justice. The controversy of last couple weeks highlighted inappropriate and unethical behavior by a certain chair member, and the TRC democratically responded. And I might add, a certain council member allegedly called the commissioners to alert them of the potential pause, followed by a statement that there was no support for the former chair's harassment. How disappointing, and a symbolic example of our council members actively minimizing constituents' concerns. The TRC has democratically elected on its current leadership within acceptable rules. It currently meets quorum standards. The inappropriate behavior of a past member has been resolved with her resignation. Let these commissioners have the time and space to do this transformative work. They are the experts. Let this commission find its feet, create its bylaws, as they're doing right now, and let them lead the way in making Iowa City the anti-racist, welcoming community it purports to be. Vote no on pausing the commission and let freedom ring. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Amel, followed by Jalen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So, hi guys. So I'm calling today just to urge the council to just give new leadership of the TRC a chance to show you what we're capable of. I know that my talks with Laura and Janice outside of this, I know that both of them are very aware of how passionate and how true to my colors I actually am. I'm worried that if you guys decide to make this pause today, you're going to be letting BIPOC youth and young adults know that you don't value our voices as it pertains to the future of our community. I'm actually really sad that instead of reaching out to commissioners and helping guide us over the last few months, you're choosing now to make a decision to temporarily pause. And I'm putting quotation marks over that, because who knows if you guys are going to choose to make it indefinitely. But you guys want to do this with no concrete plans for training or plans on what you're going to do as far as adding commission members anytime soon. Where I have told, Councilor Burgess that I have two friends who are, Native American and would be great representatives on this commission. And I believe one of them has reached out. So the last 2 weeks, the TRC has had more communication with one another and like more teamwork than we have had over the last 12 weeks prior. We're working together to earn one another's trust, and we are finding common ground in the visions that we have for our community going forward. When we've met in our subcommittees, we've gotten serious and legitimate work done as it pertains to the budget. And I would like to say that, yes, we do know that the $1 million is not allotted for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. If you guys would, give us an opportunity to show you what we have on the agenda for Thursday, you'll see that we have just an operational budget. We've created bylaws, which we only spoke about bylaws in past meetings. We even had it on the last agenda, but for some reason we never voted on, and we pushed off for the next meeting, pushing the important details for future meetings and failing to truly make them a priority was a norm under the past leadership, which is incredibly unsettling. In addition, we have had members of the community tonight and the last meeting who want us to have this land acknowledgement. This is not the first time, this is not the second time, not the third or the fourth time we've even had this conversation. We want to show everyone in the community. Yes.
Thank you, Amel. Welcome, Jalen, followed by Peyton. We can't hear you, Jalen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Please don't hold that against my time. As I start speaking, I just want to point out that I believe that you all need to let everyone speak on this agenda item. Everyone who has their hand raised needs to have the opportunity to speak on this item. you had a 3 to 5 minute time limit and you moved that down to 3 minutes, that's fine. You can keep it at 3 minutes, but you should still respect everyone who wants to speak on this item and allow them to speak and go past your arbitrary 10:04 cutoff time that you just made up because you saw so many people were signed up to speak in the first place. Speaking on this TRC, I think that it is absolutely ridiculous that y'all would consider suspending the TRC. And make no mistake, folks, they are not trying to suspend the TRC. They are trying to dismantle the TRC. They do not want it to continue. This suspension is just a cover up, and I do not believe that they will actually renew the TRC if they do vote to suspend it. You know, I told a lot of folks when I first was hearing about the TRC and starting to look into the TRC and joining the meetings that I thought that this was COINTELPRO. And, you know, the council actually proved me right, and they're proving me right tonight with what they're doing. The way that this TRC was set up by the council, it was intentional. Y'all do not want progress, and that was shown by the TRC. You are a commissioner who is already an elected official and close friends to many council members who has a vested interest in standing in the way of the progress that the TRC is attempting to push. That same person who you appointed made the meetings dysfunctional, made the meetings hostile, made people feel uncomfortable, and personally called me after I made a public comment pushing for unity and pushing for the TRC to be more functional. They called me, cussed me out, and told me that I did not know what I was talking about. And once finally the TRC was able to get its grasps and vote out that commissioner and replace them with new leadership and finally begin to be functional and start pushing forward on the things that they really want to work on, you all come out of nowhere and decide that you want to suspend the TRC. What you are doing is affront on justice, and it is not right. I want to also call attention to some previous comments because I think that they really showed some masked off moments, especially, I don't remember their name, like Orville Redenbacher or something like that, and their wife, when they were speaking, and they said that they were so offended that someone on the TRC, one of the commissioners that was appointed on the TRC, put a budget out that allocated the majority of the TRC's budget to reparations. That was an excuse that they used as a reason why they think that the TRC should be suspended. And I would reckon to say that I think that many council members probably agree with that. And there's another reason why you all are trying to stop the TRC, because you do not want to see reparations, which are owed, be given out through this team. Make council members vote yes to suspend this TRC. You are even if you're back in the city, vote yes on upholding TRC. And it will not be forgiven. The people of Iowa City have spoken, and they want this TRC to remain. They want to push forward with the goals and the things that they want to do. And you all need to step back and let them do their work. This is a civilian commission, an ad hoc commission that you all created. Now you need to step aside and let them do their work. This is an affront to justice. This is upholding white supremacy, and it is not right at all. Vote no.
Thank you, Jalen. Welcome, Payton, followed by Maya.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I just want to uplift what Jalen said, that I think you should let everyone speak on this issue. Everyone who wants to speak should be able to. I wanted to say that if you suspend this commission right now, it's just forever going to be a fake performative action that you've taken to placate people who are calling for justice. And it really reminds me of the marijuana task force that was in Des Moines. You know, you had people who wanted to work, who did the work on this task force, and then had council completely ignore all of everything that they did. It was literally just a means to placate one of the calls for justice that was coming out of Des Moines. It was just a means to draw out the time until people stopped paying attention to that issue. And it did that basically. And that's really what you guys are trying to do. You're just trying to draw this out until people stop paying attention, but people are not going to stop paying attention. If you suspend this, people are going to notice, your community is going to react, and the calls for justice are just going to get even stronger, and it's not going to look good for you. You can't suspend this commission if you actually want to find truth and reconciliation. If you want the commission to work, you have to keep it going. If you don't want change, if you don't want truth and reconciliation, that'll be clear on how you vote today. And just because the commission is finally going in a direction and doing work that might actually affect change in the community doesn't mean you can just put it on hold until people aren't paying attention anymore. You know, you don't just get to take your ball and go home because things aren't going the way that you want them to anymore. So you have to keep the commission going. People on the commission want you to keep it going. They want to keep doing this work. This work is important to them. It's important to the community. You need to let them keep doing it. There's really no reason for them to stop right now. There's no reason at all except that you don't like it anymore. And it's clear the suspension is really just a thinly veiled attempt to take over the commission because you don't like the way that it's going. You don't like that it's actually going to do something good for your community. And you don't like that the people that you appointed are doing the work that you appointed them to do. And I think that's ridiculous. Thank you.
Okay, so we are at the 10:04. I already said that Maya will come. So welcome, Maya.
Thank you. First of all, please let everybody speak. Second of all, I would like to express my deep concern that the council is even considering suspending the TRC. This agenda item alone is a slap in the face to our community. The mission of the TRC is arguably the most important work in this community going on right now. To suspend it would be to suspend the justice this city so desperately deserves. It got off to a rocky start, so that means the city is no longer in need of reconciliation. That sounds so backwards to me. Please give the TRC the support they need to be successful and let them run with their beautiful mission. Just because you all aren't willing to do the work to see real justice in our community, please don't take away the small amount of power from the people who have been putting in the work. I am so concerned with and devastated at the council's overall response to the young organizers who are working to make our city a better place for all. What these young people are doing is beautiful and deserves to be celebrated. Instead, we are making their work impossible every step of the way. Councilors, I implore you to open your hearts, listen to your constituents, and please do not suspend this commission before they even get the chance to do what we all know they can. You can say that this is temporary, but even a temporary pause is an injustice to our community and a reflection of the council's dedication to the status quo. Finally, I want to take a second to say thank you and hell yeah to the public for speaking out against injustice. Our solidarity is beautiful and it is powerful. Thanks.
Mayor and Council, I really would like to propose that the rest of the people can speak. By just taking time, 3 people spoke almost 15 minutes in the beginning. And I don't think this is fair for the rest of the people. We can make it 2 minutes, half an hour, everybody to speak.
I personally am supportive of it, but I do want to cut it off at the last person that I see, which is Marion Coleman.
No, we are not going to cut it off. We're trying to take everyone as much as we can.
What I'm saying is that for the hands that are already raised.
Oh, you mean no one else raised after that? Okay, thank
Correct.
you. Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yeah, thank you.
I agree, we should hear everyone.
I will keep taking the time.
Yep, there's 18 people right now with their hands raised. All right, welcome Carl, followed by Riley, and we do ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, members of council, members of the commission, and members of the Iowa City community. My name is Carl Smallwood. I'm a co-director of the Divided Community Project at The Ohio State University Moritz College of Law, so I'm from out of town. We help community leadership teams address conflict, tension, and distrust, and help them chart a path forward, and we do that at no cost to the community. Now, I've watched the Iowa City TRC with interest and with hope. I've attended a number of the meetings on Zoom, and I've watched with some concern in recent weeks the tension and distrust that developed and the vacancies that now exist. But please understand, I don't represent a side in this. The only thing I'm concerned about is that I'd like to see the Iowa City TRC succeed to address the issues you've identified, to bear witness to the truth of racial injustice in Iowa City, and to carry out restorative justice through collecting testimony and public hearings. These same issues confront and divide all of our communities, our states, and our nation. And we'd like to see Iowa City's work resume with the urgency that your community felt when you formed this commission. We have a group of skilled mediators and conciliators who help communities chart a path through conflict, if that would be helpful to you. We do that without charge. The second thing that is true is that we have a particular interest in these types of processes, and in late January convened a group of people from 4 continents to talk about how to design these processes. We invited your former chair, Royce Ann Porter, and your vice chair, Shaylin Harrington, to attend that meeting, and they did. Unfortunately, we couldn't invite all of your commissioners, and we couldn't foresee what would happen in the weeks since. The point is that we welcome the opportunity to observe, work with, and learn from the Iowa City TRC, whoever is a member or whoever is a leader, and whenever its work resumes. Last Friday, we issued a draft guide from our learning. It's something we're happy to share. We sent it to the TRC Commission staff member. We're happy to share it with council or with the public. It's a draft. An ICER version will be available in a couple of weeks. But in closing, we believe and understand the urgency to respond to the events of last summer. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, the fierce urgency of now. So if our bridge initiative mediators can be helpful to your community to bring these disparate voices and concerns together, please let us know. If we can be of assistance to you in planning, the draft guide may be of some use to you, and all of these services are available at no cost. All you need to do is reach out to me at the Divided Community Project at Ohio State. Thank you.
Carl. Welcome, Riley, followed by Vanessa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, City Council. My name is Riley. I use he, him pronouns. Up until last year, I was a student of UI and I lived in Iowa City for 5 years. First of all, thank you for letting us speak. Des Moines City Council, please take notes. Regarding the TRC, I would like to remind City Council that the original demands were this summer. The demands were to defund the police, to give a citizens oversight board with real power, divestment from and removal of military grade weapons equipment from police, a strong statement in favor of protesters, decriminalization of marijuana use, reduction of the probation length, ban on police enforcement of evictions, as well as other demands of the school board, all of which are actionable and many of which, unless I'm wrong, have yet to be met. As you may have noticed, at no point did anyone in the community, nor did the Iowa Freedom Riders, voice a demand for you to try to set up the community for failure. And at no point did anyone voice a demand for you to blow up the TRC when you realized you could no longer prevent the commission from doing what it was supposed to do. I would also like to remind council where power comes from. Mayor Teague, when you were elected in 2018, you earned 2,277 votes. On June 6th, 2020, the Iowa Freedom Riders led as many members of the community into the streets in protest than you managed to lead to the ballot box. Since this summer, IFR has hosted vigils, rallies, support for area mutual aid organizations and nonprofits. They've made space for Black art, and they've started crucial conversations about race and abolition. IFR have been a pillar of the community in a way that literally no member of the city council has ever been, aside from maybe council member Salee through her work with the community, such as her tenure with the Center for Worker Justice. The TRC is merely an extension of all the work the community has done together, but it is crucial nonetheless to preserve the only real concrete step forward that City Council has allowed the community to make. It should go without saying that the work of the community would continue even without the existence of the TRC, but to suspend the TRC even temporarily would represent a despicable act of cowardice and a complete failure of the City Council's governing ability. Furthermore, I just wanted to say that if council wanted to represent the public democratically, they would stand behind the TRC and offer their commission their full support. If not, we'll see you when meetings go back to being in person. I also want to stand fully and vocally behind Joe Coulter's actionable demands for City Council to begin meetings with a land recognition, for the TRC to include Native issues within its scope, and for the council to dedicate public commons, the names of public commons to the ancestral stewards of the land we live on. All power to the people, fuck the pigs, solidarity forever, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Vanessa, followed by Reneen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Morenchel. I use she, her pronouns. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I was pretty disappointed that I almost lost that opportunity. So thank you to everyone who spoke up on that. I really appreciate it. This is a new issue for me. I'm joining tonight in solidarity with individual activists and groups that made a call out for us to join because you all are trying to cancel the TRC. I did my research, and for the life of me, I can't figure out why you guys are trying to suspend it. It doesn't make sense. I've been listening to everyone speak, and yeah, there's no reason you should be suspending this program. I can't imagine the effort that was put into, one, getting this program approved, two, putting it into place. So why would you take the time to suspend it after all that effort? Keep pushing forward. It was like this article that I read, I believe their name is pronounced Amel Ali. They expressed concern on Thursday over why the city council would want to intervene, pointing out that when there are vacancies on other commissions, the council works to fill those vacancies while the commission continues its work. So do that. Also, I read the Ad Hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission information from the icgov.org page. It says the City Council has established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to bear witness to the truth of racial injustice in Iowa City and to carry out restorative justice through the collection of testimony and public hearings, with such work to include a recommendation to the Council of a plan for dedicating and or renaming public spaces and or rights of way in honor of the Black Lives Matter movement. So if you suspend this program, what are you saying you think of the Black Lives Matter movement? That's all.
Thank you. Welcome, Raneem, followed by Lou.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Raneem and my pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm a current commissioner on the TRC. First, I'd like to start with, I tried to insulate the TRC from political influence at the beginning and tried to even include the one word independence in the TRC mandate, and council wouldn't have it. And now we see why. I also tried to focus the TRC on a genuine transformative justice mission from the beginning. The TRC wouldn't have it, and now you see why. I tried to address the dysfunction under the old chair and hold leaders accountable for their abuse of power, harassment, and the harm they did to the public and other commissioners. And when we finally did it, out came the intimidation, threats of litigation, and suspension. When Councilwoman Laura Bridges called me to let me know of this dismantling, I asked her why she didn't decide to step in when the TRC was dysfunctional under previous leadership. Her response was, and I quote, "There was no support for that," unquote. When I pointed out her hypocrisy, she proceeded to gaslight me and ask me why I believed in such conspiracies. I had to hang up the phone because I became too emotional and did not want to cry on the phone. I requested a BIPOC facilitator, and when that was voted against, I raised questions about the mission loyalty of the white facilitator, and now we see why. In fact, the Iowa City neoliberal establishment tried to change the narrative from one about accountability and the audacity of a cis white man to take this position to one that victimized him under the misguided premises of reverse racism. To which I might add that reverse racism does not exist when we live in a society with white supremacist power structures. New leadership wasn't even given a single session to show what could be accomplished. In fact, new leadership has done more in 1 week than previous conservative leadership has done for the past 3 months. There is no evidence present that council ever took the TRC more seriously than some Black History Month events. Council can do what it will, but the facts are plain for everyone in our community to see. You continue your charade as you add green check marks to your performative racial justice checklist. Yet every single one of you is complicit in perpetuating the white supremacist nature of the city government. We all make choices and are accountable for them. And it is saddening, I believe, most saddening to see that Black leadership is continuing and participating in this act. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And I want to also acknowledge you as Commissioner Hamad. Thank you. Lou, followed by Chelsea. Chelsea?
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, this is Lou Jane. I was just rushing, whatever. To start, Laura claimed that the TRC should be paused for multiple reasons. One being that it's missing 3 of its members. Laura, who knows the law, should know that Iowa code only requires 2/3 majority, a supermajority, in a commission for a quorum. This quorum can and should still be able to make decisions regardless of its missing members. So for speaking of technicalities and numbers, legally they can continue, and I don't see that as enough grounds to pause the commission. Furthermore, it is very coincidental that just as the mayor's friend and colleague, Roy Sam Porter, is voted off the commission, another one steps down in coalition with the facilitator. From the start, the council has set this commission up to fail by electing Jesse Case as the facilitator. It is honestly insulting to the nature of the Truth and Reconciliation communities everywhere, that a man who has connections and employees that are police officers, as well as the simple fact of him being a white man, was deemed a better candidate than others in our community. By placing him as a facilitator, the commission was already off to a toxic start. Porter and Kern were personally responsible for getting Case on the board, and Porter used to work with and / for him. Was this not basis enough for electing different commissioners? Have you ever considered giving leadership positions to anyone outside the status quo? Additionally, the fact that facilitators had previous employee relationships with members of the commission and the interconnectedness of many people in power in Iowa City also destabilized the committee. It added grounds for biases and mixing of relationships and business. Not only that, but many commissioners blocked many agenda items that could have furthered the commission in its work. If anyone can even call that. Anyone should be able to see that these direct ties directly influence the quality of the work the TRC was able to do, and that should have been obvious. The dysfunctionality of the TRC was a response to the commissioners that were publicly outed for harassing members of the public. Even claims like that without proof, even though there was proof, should be investigated and further dealt with. It doesn't seem coincidental or random that this pause comes following the last meeting, where members were either voted out or resigned. The rest of the commissioners weren't even allowed to meet again and reconcile within themselves to continue forward. Do you not believe that choosing to pause this commission is an obvious lack of faith in the new leadership? The commissioners who were just voted chair and vice chair have been putting in more work in the past week than the previous members did in 3 months. Is that not grounds enough for you to reconsider your decision? Are you open to discussing offering this training whilst the board continues? I'm not sure why it has to be completely obliterated. Finally, I'd like to say that this is very clear to many young folks and frequently silenced folk in our community that this is not random, that everyone's interconnectedness has in one way or another led to the ultimate but planned doom of the TRC. This is insulting and a bit disrespectful that the decision to pause this committee was not brought up in an open and honest discussion instead of a vote. Instead of asking the commissioners what they would like to do, you decide what is best based on what you know. It's chilling how systemic racism is far more than direct verbal abuse. It is an entire system that sets commissions like these and folks up to fail, and then asks them when they fail, what happened? This is the problem with the neoliberals of today, maintaining an aura of stability when in reality, real instability and real discomfort birth ideas, knowledge, interaction, and growth.
Thank you. Welcome, Chelsea, followed by Harry.
Hi, thank you. Yes, my name is Chelsea Chisholm Vargas. My pronouns are she, her, ella. It's unfortunate that that last person just got cut off because they were saying a lot of really, really important things. I joined this meeting. I'm a resident of Des Moines, Iowa, but what you folks are doing here in Iowa City, this is causing concern for all of us as we're fighting for racial justice across the state. Today is the same day that we had Iowa House representatives talking about not allowing trainings on implicit bias and institutionalized racism. And to see Johnson County, Iowa City, the bluest area in the state, trying to disband this Truth and Reconciliation Committee is bad. This is the wrong move. Iowa City, you folks need to be standing up. The council members in Iowa City, you folks need to be fighting to support this. It's the community members who really made this Truth and Reconciliation Committee even happen. And it's not a surprise that when you folks chose the leadership as council members that you did a bad job. So to then go back and say, hey, we want to go ahead and try again. No, you have people who are already on that board, who are already wanting to do the work, and you folks are wanting to take a pause. However, the police in Iowa City, the police on campus, they're not going to take a pause. They're going to continue to racial profile. They're going to continue to target Black community members. And you guys want to take a step back to allow that to happen. We don't have time. I stand in solidarity with Iowa Freedom Riders and everyone else who's on this call, making sure that this committee continues the way that it was intended to. And if you folks don't allow that, many of us will come to Iowa City to push for this. We stand in solidarity. We will not stand down. This needs to continue. We need to keep pushing on law enforcement. This is not just about Iowa City. This is about the state of Iowa. This is about our country, and we need to stand together on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Harry, followed by Nicholas. We can't hear you. You're muted. We'll come back. Oh, there you are.
Sorry about that. Okay, so my name's Harry. Firstly, I would like to support everything that everybody has said in support of the TRC and the new leadership of the TRC. I would like to particularly echo what Joe Coulter and other Indigenous members of our community have said. We all live on stolen land, and the city council and so many others have completely failed to even participate in a dialogue about justice with respect to colonialism. Secondly, I would like to demand my full 5 minutes. I might not use all of it, but I am entitled to it. I don't care if it's getting late and the city council is getting tired. I am tired too. I'm tired of the city council continually ignoring the voices of the people. I'm tired of the city council throwing their hands up and ending the conversation when things don't go their way. I am tired of the violence and the lack of justice. I am tired of the actions of the city council. I would like to also clarify a few things for some of the councilors and some of the members of the community that seem to have some misconceptions about what has happened in the TRC over the last few months. The TRC was created by the city council. The councilors had to apply in a very orderly and official way and were voted on by the city council. The way that Commissioner Traore obtained leadership was through the proper channels. It was all by the book. So it's very strange to me that those who are more aligned with the establishment claim that there is a new movement which has disrespected the proper procedures by which policy is created. The only people here disrespecting our democracy here is the city council. The people of Iowa City tried to play by your rules, but now that you're losing, you want to change those rules. Suspending the TRC at this time would only reveal just how trash this city council is. You're in the middle of a lawsuit about about fucking racism. And like, not only that, we still got to deal with the whole tear gassing thing. We got to deal with all of this. And continually, the city council moves in the opposite direction, like adding more funds to the police when everyone says to defund the police, ignoring real shit that's happening in the community because it's inconvenient for them. And I have no faith in the city council, and I believe that it would be wrong to suspend the city. I would be wrong to suspend the TRC, but I could see an argument for why one would need to suspend the city council, because this city council is not doing its job. It is not representing the people. It is not representing its constituents. It is not representing the most vulnerable people in our community. It's bullshit. Goodbye. Good night.
Welcome, Nicholas, followed by Angie.
Good evening again, Council. Thank you for letting me speak once again. Well, first of all, I would actually like to express my great love, admiration, and appreciation. Well, one, for not any of you, except for Mayor Pro Tem Salee, who I think very bravely demanded that we all be allowed to speak. And I think that was very bold of her. And I think you're all cowards for having to basically put her in the position to advocate for us. I would also like to express my love, my admiration, my revolutionary solidarity with everyone who has spoken on this call, except for the weirdos. But you know me, I like technical things. So I want to talk about a technical issue. I actually read the resolution that you all wrote. And what is extremely disappointing, in fact, actually kind of terrifying, is that the suspension of the TRC is indefinite. I hope you realize that when you go to vote for it, because you probably will vote for it. And the reason why this is so concerning is because we all have to deal with your crazy whims on a day-to-day basis. You know, you're probably all going to try and say like, oh, well, once things are back on track, we'll just rescind the resolution and then everything will be fine again. But who's to say that a month from now, you're not going to have a completely different opinion on things and be like, well, no, actually, let's just leave it suspended, because you're actually creating a giant hole whereby that can be done. And this isn't just a technicality. You could have written the resolution in such a way that a month from now, it would have been automatically repealed. You could have written it in such a way that, once certain criteria were achieved, that it would be repealed. No, you decided to do an indefinite suspension because you don't want to have to face the fact that what you actually want to do is terminate it. You want to kill this commission, but you can't actually do that out in the public, because you know that precisely what has happened tonight will happen to you, well, basically an order of magnitude larger than what has happened now. So I know what you're going to do, but I plead for you not to, because no, I don't. to be perfectly honest, you're going to do what you're going to do. And I just want to express my love for the people who actually understand what the right thing is and not for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Angie, followed by Anika.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for having us tonight. Thanks for having everybody speak tonight. That's a big deal. I'm grateful. I have a lot of emotions in my body right now, so I don't know if there's gonna be snot or tears or laughter. I'm not gonna apologize for my feelings, but for those of you who are Game of Thrones enthusiasts, winter is coming. On my side of town, off of Broadway near Taylor, Sandusky, summer is coming, and that's a very exciting time. It's also, for me, speaking as an individual resident on that side of town, in the South District, it can be very terrifying. And I just want to put that out there for lots of different reasons. I also want to say that I'm still excited about the TRC. I've gone to all the meetings. I think I missed one, but went back and listened to the 4 hours that I missed. I continue to engage the commissioners the same way I continue to engage other folks in leadership. I was really excited to see the progression of the commission. The last 2 committee meetings, again, for those of you who were at all of them and have been at all of them, you've seen the progression. They formed a committee. They were close to having a facilitator, and it got me more excited. I think some things just to offer, because I want to make sure I speak within my space, things that I'm concerned about is the safety for the commissioners on lots of different levels. Thinking about team building and strategic doing, and what do we have in common? What do we get excited about? What are our differences, but what makes us smile and get all jittery and happy? Because in my opinion and my experience with activism and community development and all the other things, that's what moves you forward. That's what brings you together, and that's what's sustainable. It usually starts real small, and then it snowballs, and it just takes over the world. So I'm not sure what you guys are going to do tonight, but whatever it is, I hope that it embraces what has been created and allowed through the TRC already, whether people realize it or not. There's some spaces where people like me can go speak to and share that didn't exist. And again, I know I'm not saying everything, but I just want to say, as a resident who lives on the South Side, summer is coming. And whether or not the TRC exists, there's a lot of work that folks that I'm part of and that I'm newly part of, we're going to get done one way or another. So I am grateful for this time, and I'm still here, ready on deck.
Thank you. I did want to just remind anyone, if you've already spoke during this time, please lower your hand. I ask that you please lower your hand so that we can allow others to speak. Anikia, followed by Adam. Anikia, yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
It's Annika. I'm Annika. My pronouns are they, she. And this city council tasked the TRC with, quote, bearing witness to racial injustice and to carry out restorative justice. This council has proved to be incapable or unwilling to rise to this task themselves. You guys proved that with your independent investigation into the events of June 3rd, where it was determined that the first act of physical aggression was protesters throwing tear gas back at the police. This council has done nothing to carry out justice for those terrorized by police on June 3rd and continues to actively fund and support the police. Voting against the TRC would show the city council for what it is, a performance with no intention to address real racial injustice in this community. The community stands with Iowa Freedom Riders and the TRC. Let those who want to do the work do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Annika. Welcome, Adam. And followed by Taylor.
Hello, my name is Adam. I use he, him pronouns. I want to start out by saying that if you're in this call supporting TRC,
please do work outside of TRC as well. I believe you are, a lot of you, but I just want to remind you all that you're all an amazing group of people that have come in to put hours work into this tonight. So please, if you can, find ways to work outside of this as well, because I'm sure y'all can achieve a whole lot of stuff on your own. Yeah, you just have a lot of power in being out tonight. So thank you again for all speaking in support of the TRC. Anyway, on to other things. The council put public comment in question a bit ago after guaranteeing public comment on TRC during the community comments, which just shows a sort of not following through with promises, which is what is happening with the TRC as well. They're kind of taking back what they originally promised. As well as I want to point out that the people calling for suspension of the TRC, they aren't really offering any guarantee for placement. They gesture to vague things like training or like we need certain rules, but they aren't really offering something in place. They're really just opening up the gap, kind of like Nicholas talked about. I know Jalen talked about it as well. This is really just indefinitely ending the TRC unless something else happens. Also want to talk about how council is failing to give a reason or any explanation because there is none really. There's some excuses given, but if you were in the meeting, however many weeks ago that was, where Roy Sand resigned, it doesn't really line up with what they're claiming happened. It's just really bizarre. And like I said, there isn't really an explanation, and that's why everything is so confusing and why there isn't a clear story being given from council as to why they're considering suspending the TRC. This vote, even taking place, expresses that council can shut down TRC whenever it wants. That's very dangerous that they've even considered this. There's already been an amount of trust that's lost through even having this on the agenda, and especially going forward with the vote. Also, there's no actual accusations or reasons to stop, like I said, really failing to give any concrete reasons. Also, some people have been referencing that Roy Sand was voted out. She wasn't. She resigned and admitted that she had made the phone call. Yeah, there was nothing in question about what happened, and it was a resignation, not Roy Sand was not voted out. Yeah, I also just want to point out something really dangerous that's happening here, which is you're removing an option from the next protest. If this summer there's more protests, you can't say, well, come to council and talk to us. You're removing that option. You're taking away options for people who probably will be in the street this summer. And that is very dangerous because now they know that they have done, quote unquote, the right way as you commanded. You approved of this commission, you approved of the members in the majority of the group that you allowed to be this TRC commission, did something you didn't like. And now you're striking back at them for that. That's showing people that there is not a right way, which I'm glad, and I hope that y'all that are participating here in the public notice that there is not a right way to do this. And that's because if you do it, quote unquote, the right way, they will change the rules on you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Welcome, Taylor, followed by Miranda.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, first of all, I want to second the calls for land acknowledgement. That's the bare minimum that Indigenous people deserve, and they deserve a lot more. Second, you said you trusted this commission. You said you didn't want to babysit this commission. You said you wouldn't interfere with this commission. I heard the mayor say that at the beginning of the last TRC meeting. If you overturn this commission, you have broken that word. You have shown you do not trust the commissioners you appointed. That will inflame tensions in this community in response to a previous commenter, not the TRC. The TRC is not inflaming tensions tonight. The TRC has been shown appalling disrespect. This meeting is inflamed tensions. We are not mad because of the TRC's budget. We are not mad about $1 million or reparations. We're mad that the council is interfering. You have a chance here to stay out of the way like you said you would and let this commission work. You can prioritize appointing new members to replace the ones who stepped down. If you weren't going to step in when the chair was harassing the public, you don't have any business stepping in when the commission is beginning to get the work they were trusted with done. I agree that what you want is to shut this commission down, not to pause it. You want to shut it down because it became a threat to the performative, empty version of progress that you want to pursue. It is shameful, and I'm heartbroken for marginalized people in this community, especially Black and Indigenous ones, who have watched this glacial conversation happen since last summer, only for City Council to make it stop right as it actually began to look like things might happen to make this a safer place for them to live. Shame on you. The police department that arrested Chris Kelly and the system that imprisoned him for 8 months is still funded and empowered. There should be urgency from this council. You should feel more urgent. You should be acting more urgently. It is good if the commission acts with urgency you haven't shown. I trust the commissioners you appointed. I want them to do their work. I want this council to let them. And in case it wasn't clear by the response tonight, this is going to be the last straw for a lot of people as far as whether there's any chance we can trust you to be on our side, to even pretend to be on our side. So I'd urge you, I beg you to consider that very well before voting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Miranda, followed by Roy Sand.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I wasn't planning to speak. It makes me kind of anxious, but I've been jotting down a couple of thoughts throughout the meeting. So someone said earlier about like Roseanne never had issues with other commissions she's been on, so it must be the whole TRC that's a problem, and that they've been on other commission work, like doing other commission work, and we need to understand how things are supposed to work. And I think maybe that's the difference here, is that the other commissions have never had people speaking truth to power, truth being the entire point of the commission. So I think we need change, not just in policy, but in the environment of the way city politics works. It's a small club, and I think council has made it very clear that we, the community, are not part of it. I think that you guys have had your time to try and make change with incrementalism and performance, and it hasn't worked. And I think that now is the time for you guys to give a chance to young people with new ideas, and you can do that with the TRC. I hope that when you guys vote on this, you remember that your job is to represent us. And I think it's been very clear with the overwhelming majority speaking tonight that we're in favor of the commission. If you do decide to vote to take it away, I'd love to know what concrete actions you guys will be taking to address the demands of IFR. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Royce-Ann, followed by Eva.
Okay, thank you, Royce-Ann Porter. I spoke on behalf of Iowa City Council when you were called cowards. 1 week later, I was retaliated against by Nicholas Tyson in the Daily Iowan op-ed. Next, you were sent correspondence from Raneem Hamad stating that I had somehow violated rules as chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for speaking up for the council. And then I'm falsely accused of intimidation, bullying, traumatizing, literally lied on by Jalen Cavill of Des Moines, Iowa, who states that he is the head person of the Iowa Black Liberation Movement without no fact-finding, investigation, or anything. There was no investigation. There was no recording. Yes, I had a conversation with Jalen Cavill, and it literally ended up with us having a conversation about the Guy Link Center. For Jalen to go to these people and lie to them the way he did, it's understandable, it's okay. Mayor Bruce Teague and Mayor Pro Tem Mazahir Salah, you two sat on that whole meeting and you never said a word. I got no support from City Council as a whole. I resigned before accepting the commission to do a no confidence vote on me. A no confidence vote from 6 people in which I am the Johnson County Vice Chair. I have confidence. 46,000 people voted for me, so therefore somebody has confidence in me. Those of you on here, you young people, white people who don't know Royce-Ann Porter, please Google Royce-Ann Porter so that you can see people speaking to truth to power is Royce-Ann Porter. I have stood there, I have been there, I have done the work. I would also like to quickly read something I received from Mohammed Traore, which I thought was really pretty decent. Hi, this is Mohammed Traore. I just wanted to say, I meant what I said in terms of seeing you as family. I apologize for how things went and want to stress that I have absolutely nothing against you as a person. I think you're a pillar of this community and highly important to the advancement of everyone in this community. Thank you so much for everything you've done for this community and continue to do. Your expertise, mind, and strength will be highly essential in the continued work of this commission. I want you to know that I expect you to hold me to the highest standards and to never pull any punches when it comes to full criticism, as it is highly necessary. I love you and hope you have a great day and weekend. Let's keep building. I also plan to write an op-ed for the paper to clear up any of the negative frames that the media has painted by leaving out the majority of the healing process we participated in at the end. I want to ensure the public realizes you're still important to all of us, to all of this and all of us. And for the City Council, I would like to say the commission was set up by City Council, who appointed applicants of Iowa City, Johnson County with no guidelines, bylaws, Robert's rules, or anything.
Thank you, Royce-Ann. Welcome, Eva, followed by Denver. We can't hear you.
Okay, cool. Sorry I started talking earlier. That was embarrassing. But I'm Eva. Like I said, I'm a lifelong resident of Iowa City. My parents are from here. My grandparents are from here. And I just wanted to hop on here and support everyone else that has spoken in favor of keeping the TRC intact as it is. You know, I understand that your jobs are probably sometimes exhausting and that it probably gives you the feeling that you know much better how to run this city than maybe the voting populace does. But I would just urge you all to remind yourself that you're not celebrities, you're public servants, and whatever history of activism you have, you're just always going to be subject to public critique, and it's part of your job. And Roseanne, I'm sorry. I voted for you. I root for you. But you know, if you don't like this element of it, then you shouldn't have been an elected official. You all are our representatives, and I know that you all know how difficult it is to gather mass participation around a policy issue, especially on a local level. And I know you know how little turnout city council elections get and how relatively unengaged the people in this town can be. So I'm here with everyone else asking you for you to take this spike in participation and in demonstration and just in general engagement as evidence that this is a big deal to the people that you serve. How can you earnestly look back over the events of this year from George Floyd to Chris Kelly and argue that the best decision for our town right now is a suspension of an aspect of our municipal governance that is attempting to deal with a systemic issue by empowering civilians? Do you really believe there's not enough racism in our criminal justice system to justify trying something different than what we've been doing for 30 years? We are literally one of the worst states in the nation in terms of disproportionate incarceration of minorities. And Iowa City isn't excluded from that just because we're Democrats. You have to know that. A previous comment in support of suspending the TRC cited how well Iowa City has done with the current protocols the way things have been. And my question is this: it worked well for who? Because it didn't work well for Chris Kelly. So for who? Middle class, mostly white landowners? What about the Black and Indigenous population of this town who have to confront what seems to be one of the most racist cultures of policing in the country? It is my feeling that this is an excuse to take back control of a committee that is finally being operated in a way that agrees with majority opinion. And that's not democracy. Like seriously, drive around Iowa City sometime and count exactly how many houses on each block have prominent Black Lives Matter signs from the summer still. There isn't some silent majority that you should be catering to over the people that are actually bothering to show up again and again and sit through these 5-hour Zoom calls to try to talk to you about this. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Denver, followed by Dan.
Hello, my name is Denver Foote. I use she, her pronouns. I wanted to say to Roseanne that I did Google her. It says that she is a recognized community leader who has been devoted to improving the lives of her neighbors. So if that is how you feel, somebody who was part of this commission, why did you use your time attacking a neighbor, somebody a part of our community and a part of our state? I also want to uplift everyone who has spoken before me in support of the TRC to continue to not suspend it. I want to reiterate, if they do suspend it, it is indefinite and it will not start again. Also, this commission is something that was born out of the Black Lives Matter movement this summer, and the Black Lives Matter movement is to defund and abolish the police. The police history started from controlling slavery in the South and in the North by helping white landowners protect their land. So I want to reiterate that if you do shut down this TRC, you are speaking against that and against the movement. There obviously is a mass support in this TRC commission. Vanessa mentioned the article that says that there are other commissions that function without commission members. And this commission has been doing more work in the past week than they have been doing since it started. So I just want you to know that. I want you all to hear our voices and respect it. And I do respect that you let everyone speak. Des Moines City Council could never. So I appreciate that.
Okay. We only have 2 more people to speak. I don't see Marion Coleman hand up anymore. It kept going up and down. I see it now. We have Dan Gable, followed by Marion Coleman, and then we will be done with public comment. Welcome, Dan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. First of all, I would just like to say to Roy Sand that, I mean, I think all of us at the beginning of this summer looked up to you and really, I mean, I know I did, just believed in you and looked up to you as a leader. And so it's been really disappointing watching other people who we look up to and respect and care about and trust say these things about you. And I mean, it's been hard having to choose sides as it is, and it's terrible that it's gotten to this point. But I just think that I trust the people and what they've been saying about how they feel that they've been attacked or uh, bullied, and so I trust them, and I think that honestly, I think it's been proven. And another thing I would like to point out is this individual, Carl Smallwood, who brought up his firm or whatever his group is that he said would be able to mediate future truth and reconciliation committees. I'm sorry, but that just seemed really suspect. I mean, he says he's non-biased, but he also has political connections to the former chair of the committee. And it just seems really suspect. And I think something really dirty happened at the meeting tonight, to be honest, because I won't be surprised if you cite, oh, this guy Carl Smallwood, we could use an organization like his in your ruling to suspend the TRC. And lastly, I just want to reiterate, guys, City Council, who do you serve? Whose side are you on? The committee is working. It's been shown to work. I mean, we have people who've been attending the meetings saying that they see progress happening. Everybody, the majority of the community supports the efforts of the TRC. I mean, I don't understand. You've had so many people come on here tonight supporting it. And what they've seen, their evidence with their own eyes. I just don't understand why it's so hard for the city council to acknowledge something that's working unless they are just happy to comply with the horrible status quo. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I wish it did, but yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Welcome, Marion Coleman. Your hand went down again, so I'm not sure if you want to speak. And I may have let someone that just spoke already go. I am sorry if that happened. I didn't notice. So Marion Coleman, welcome. Her hand went up and then down again. Oh,
Sorry, I'm trying to find her here.
She's muted.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman, are you able to unmute yourself? We can see you. Once we do start council discussions, we won't be able to go back to public comment, or I would suggest that we not.
Mayor, I can try promoting to a panelist. I don't know if that'll help.
Okay, let's try that. Mrs. Coleman, can you unmute yourself? Well, sorry, we're not able to hear you. We did see your hand go up and down a few times. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and open it up for council discussion. I would like to start because I know that I was the one that actually put this on the agenda. And first, I want to say thanks to everybody that came and voiced their concern. One, you have to know, well, I'm going to tell you my position and what I'm thinking. One, this grieves me to my core that I, as a Black sitting mayor, have to come before this council and ask for a suspension. There's a lot of things that have happened within this TRC that we cannot deny. We have heard from community members that have said, that have talked about the challenges of this commission. Where I am is, and I have I had a lot of things prepared to talk about tonight. One, I am totally committed to the charge of the TRC. The charge, the goals. The charge and the goals is where I want to focus. What I've seen developed through the TRC has been unbelievable on various terms. For one, the council, I believe, really responded after we saw George Floyd and what happened. And we wanted to really create something that will bring about systemic changes within our community. That's why the TRC was a part of our 17 system. The hope for our city is still to identify race problems and for us to find solutions and to make real systemic changes. The challenge with the TRC, yes, it started with a rocky start, and I totally believe in grace. I believe in grace. But it's been developed into this unsafe space. It's an unsafe space for a lot of people that would want to go and be on the TRC. We had 3 individuals on the TRC that are part of the BIPOC community resign. That sends a signal that should be concerning to all of us. It is not about choosing sides. This is real. People that have been dedicated within this community that started just like anybody else that came on the TRC to make a change, to be a part of the change, and for a litany of things that have taken place now has resigned. That should concern us. I don't think we can avoid that. I have heard from a lot of IFR individuals tonight that continue to talk about the TRC as being what I'll interpret as a place for their policies to be expressed. Now, maybe I got that wrong, and forgive me if I do. I believe that the IFR has you all came, you protested. I was out there as well. I've not minced my words when I said that there are some things that I totally agree with IFR as far as like the mission and the hope to bring systemic changes, but there's some tactics that is not acceptable. It is not acceptable. And we're seeing some of those. I'm seeing some of those. And it's not acceptable. Where I am today is definitely, I am committed to the continued work that we have to do as a community. I want to continue the work and the goal of the TRC, but I believe there's a few ways that we can achieve it. It is through the continuation of the TRC. I would caution council that if we do continue the TRC, one important step is to have a joint meeting with the TRC. I do believe that we need to, at this moment in time, pause the TRC, and we need to look at the charges of the TRC. We have a lot of things coming. I think the work, there's an education, a police, a housing subcommittee. One of the challenges that I don't take this for me being wanting to micromanage the TRC, but one of the things that I know is that we have some other committees that are forming that I would love to see if there is interest from the TRC them to join some of those housing commissions or committees, or we're going to be having, our conversations surrounding policing. Let's have them there. Education don't totally fall under the city, but I think it's very important. Education is hugely important. So where I am is the TRC, and I'm going to speak to what happened to Chairperson Porter, because I believe that was not appropriate. And this is me giving my own view. This is me. That was not appropriate. To bring someone that don't even know what is being brought against them, to have someone testify against them, and that person claims to be the victim, and then it was not desired for Roy Sand to even give her own side of the story. For one, I don't even believe that was appropriate. If you wanted to vote her off as chair, then you have that on the agenda and you discuss your reasons for why you don't want her as chair. To have someone come and talk about their experience in the telephone call, that's a he say, she say. And beside, that is a conversation that Roy Sand had with them. Why would it be a part of this commission, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, to bring it forth publicly? You're talking about council coming to the TRC behind closed doors and trying to work out some of the challenges. This was the opportunity for the TRC to work with the Chair Porter and say, hey, these are the things that I don't like about how the meetings are going. Can you change this? I have information about somebody calling you. This is concerning to me. But this is, my comments. There's going to be lots of write-up about this tomorrow. It is what it is. I believe that in this whole process, and last week when I came and spoke to the TRC, I value each one of you. This is not about you as individuals. This is about how do we regain safe space for people of color, the BIPOC community. How do we regain spaces of that feel safe for them to come back to? So I know that there's other counselors that want to talk, and I'm gonna, kind of bring this to a close really quickly. But I believe that we must work towards the goals that we set. That is our commitment, council. The TRC is a vehicle to achieve those goals. I am not saying that we need to totally discount it, but I also believe that we should look at other ways to achieve this goal. I am in support of temporarily suspending the commission to allow further action by further discussion and action by the council. I believe that some of the things that we've seen happen on the TRC, we can collaborate with the TRC and have discussions collaboratively to figure out how do we go forward from there. Otherwise, we can look, that is one option that I think is appropriate. Simultaneously, I believe that we can look at other options that will also meet our goals. So this is, for me, I don't believe that the TRC should continue as it is without a meeting with council, a joint meeting with council. And I want it to be very clear that I am 100% committed to the work of the TRC. 100% committed, and 100% committed to identifying and ending systemic racism in the city of Iowa City.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor. I'll jump in. It's been 85 days since the commission first met. Only 85 days, not even 3 months. And a lot has happened in that time, but I think we can all acknowledge that the commission has not yet been able to begin its substantive work in that time. And I agree that what we've tasked this commission with is some of the hardest work that we've ever asked of city commissioners. And I also agree that there was a lot of progress in the last meeting that happened on March 4th. There was also a lot that's happened since then. And since then, the commission lost its facilitator, who they appointed 8-1, and we appointed unanimously. And they've lost 3 commissioners who were unanimously selected by this council, who were committed to the work and to help and who helped inform the commission's mission. And I trust those commissioners, and I trust the 6 who remain, who also have been put in untenable positions at times. And I thank all of them for showing up and going to those hard meetings and continuing to try to push forward no matter how chaotic or difficult it was. And it's when we created this commission, we talked not just about the work that it could do, but we talked about its composition, we talked about its size. And we have 1/3 of this group who's supposed to work as a team, who felt that it was not a place that they could participate. It was not a safe space. And that to me is a significant change from what we saw in the meeting on March 4th, that went from the commission of 9 to now the commission of 6. And what we haven't seen yet is for this group to be able to come together, to build trust with each other, to have the opportunity to sit in a room together, to share their goals, to work on that common ground. And they may disagree on policy, they may disagree on substance, but they must agree on process. And that has not happened either. And we've heard from so many people who care so deeply about our community, and we can see and feel the tension that we've created. And we've heard from people on what has been laid out as sides, right? As if there's different sides, although I think we share common goals. And we're hearing from people from different sides, all saying that the council set this commission up for failure. That's been a consistent theme, that we did not provide the guidance that was necessary, that we did not provide the framework that was necessary. And now when we consider intervening, or that also isn't acceptable, or wouldn't be a trusted response. And it's hard to see any kind of path forward when those are our options. It's hard to know what the next steps could be. I propose to the council a temporary suspension with benchmarks, with specific actions that we would have to take. I am not in favor of an indefinite suspension. I'm not supportive of that. I think we need to fill the open seats on the commission, and we need to find a way to get everyone on the same page procedurally, to get everyone on the same page for the team building that has to occur. And I am frankly thrilled by Commissioner Traore's comments tonight and what I've heard him say, and I trust him, and I trust that would go in the direction that we need. But I also hear all the pain that's sitting out there right now. And I think we need to be able to take a breath. So I'm not sure exactly what the composition of this resolution that we're voting on tonight is. Again, I'm not in favor of an indefinite suspension. but I do think we need to fill the commission.
I'll pipe in here. I want to thank both the mayor and Councilor Burgess for your comments, and I want to thank everybody who has spoken tonight. There is a lot of pain. There's a lot of distrust in this community. I want to, I think, reiterate what I've heard from counselors is that I am committed to the goals and the outcomes that we hope to have from the TRC. I am certainly not ready to give up on the TRC as our mechanism for doing this. I agree with Councilor Burgess that I do not want to see an indefinite suspension. I think that sends the wrong message to the community. I think we need to make it clear that we are committed. And I guess I would agree with people who say that we made some mistakes when we set up the TRC. I think we were trying very hard to give them as much independence and as much kind of a hands-off approach as we established the commission. I think in hindsight, when we look at what's happened here, compared maybe to some other ad hoc commissions, I think you take a look at the topic that we have in front of us, that they have in front of them. And as we've heard from so many people, and I've read through the letter from Eduardo Gonzalez a number of times, you know, how difficult this type of communication and activity is. And I think also with a lot of people that we put on here, we have a real mix of people and, you know, age, et cetera, and we may not have the same kinds of experiences with serving on commissions, and we didn't give them bylaws. And we made those decisions intentionally, and I think in hindsight, that probably was a mistake. I think to try and give some sort of guardrails, so to speak, some kind of structure to help them get started. Or, you know, we left it up to them because we wanted to get a facilitator. And so I think they kind of started with no structure. And I think when you take that lack of structure and you take such a topic that is so emotional, so emotionally charged and hard to work with, that's been a real challenge. But I'm committed to trying to help them move forward without being prescriptive, without trying to tell them how to do their work, but to try and help with some of the structure. I look at, and I'll just quote briefly out of Eduardo Gonzalez letter. He says, if the council decides to keep its visions of ongoing process for truth and reconciliation, filling out the vacancies and allowing time for internal reflection, the commissioners could work with a trusted facilitator to identify intra-group dynamics and establish a functional process, reviewing comparative cases across the country and the world, and envisioning together a transformative process. I totally agree with Councilor Burgess that this is a unique situation where we have lost a third of the members of the commission early on in its development and its efforts to work together. I think one of the key things for them to be successful is that intragroup dynamics. And so to have only 2/3 of a group continue to move forward without the other third, I don't believe allows that kind of group dynamic to build in a way that they can really be cohesive. I want to just go back really quickly. I do not believe, and I'm just looking at some things I wrote down from comments tonight, I do not believe that this council has a lack of faith in the commission. I think we have a lot of faith in them, and we've seen the challenges they faced, and we want to fill out the commission and do what we can to help them move forward. As I just mentioned, the comparison of this commission being down members is not at all comparable to having other commissions who have somebody resign here or there. This is a third of the commissioners at the very beginning of their work. The importance of developing that commission cohesion, and I think is really important before they can get into the substantive work. So I'm in support of a suspension, but not an indefinite suspension. And then I think we need to have significant discussion as a council and potentially with the TRC about those kinds of things that we need to put in place to help them be successful.
Thank you, Susan. I had some words prepared, but listening to Councillor Mims and Burgess, and of course the mayor, who put it into words very clearly about, I think, how the council feels on this. First and most importantly, I wanted to thank Councillors Burgess and Weiner for all of the time and effort that they put into composing the original resolution that established the TRC. I believe it was a well-written resolution, and we as a council had good intentions with creation of the TRC. We truly believed in the goals and mission and objectives of it. But unfortunately, I have to admit that I believe we moved in haste. We were very eager to get the TRC established and underway. And in that haste, we did not put into place guidelines and bylaws to be followed by all of the commission members in order to have productive meetings. And I think this lack of guidelines led to what I saw as a very antagonistic environment. And we keep hearing and talking about there needs to be a safe environment. And Laura, I think, mentioned how many, 85 days. I don't think there was that sort of environment existed. One option I've heard, and no one has spoken of this, is that our best option might be to repeal the original resolution and start over with one that includes some of those goals and objectives for the TRC. What I strongly believe is that we do need to take some time to provide better direction that would establish clear guidelines and bylaws. I believe that would be important in assuring success of the commission and accomplishing its goals. And despite what some folks have said, and as Susan mentioned, we do believe in that mission, and we do want to help them accomplish the goals that were set forth. So I'm not really sure where I stand on this resolution to just suspend. It sounds more like I'm leaning towards starting all over because the current system seems to be broken. But we do need to establish some benchmarks. That would be very important. And that's all.
As some have said this evening, the council's aim from the outset was to give the TRC maximum flexibility to set its own parameters, elect a chair, select a facilitator, and get to work. That was a sign of trust. My really, truly deep thanks to every single commissioner, to those who have tendered their resignations, to Royce-Ann Porter, to Shaylin Harrington, to Tony Curran, to Mohammed Traore and Amel Ali, who spoke out this evening, as well as everyone else, for putting themselves out there and for taking the time and for doing the work. And I thank everybody who weighed in this evening on this really important matter. The pandemic and the Zoom platform have not made any of this easier for either the council or for our commissions. I think we underestimate at our peril the toll it has taken to not be able to meet in person, to build relationships. And the sooner we as a council and our commissions can safely revert to meeting in person, the better. And I say this as a COVID safety wonk. I think that every commission we have needs to understand and operate and has to understand and operate under the open meetings laws, and that we need to build in to this commission and perhaps others, essentially a training module that everyone can benefit from. I think it is essential for people to treat each other with respect and to create safe spaces for conversation. People do not have to agree on policy or even like each other to be able to do that. It is very hard to hear when people yell, whatever the forum, whether it's a family or an outside forum. And it is much, much harder to work together as individuals, each with lived experiences, than it is to obstruct or to defend the status quo. I appreciated what a number of people had to say tonight. I appreciated what Karen Cubby said about the idea of extending an invitation essentially to those who have resigned or not accepting their reservations, and at least or extending an invitation to them to come back and see if we can't create a forum in which all the different voices in our community can come together and work together and use that as a model for our community as a whole. We didn't specify what sort of facilitator. I mean, a facilitator to me is someone who's there to help access resources, to serve as a conduit between outside experts and connecting with parts of the community. They can, as Eduardo Gonzalez said in his letter, they can identify intergroup dynamics and help establish a functional process. We have 2 offers of help on the table right now from 2 outside institutions. The Mary Hoke Center at George Mason University, which has expertise to offer, and this divided community project, which I looked up while we were talking, and who a representative of which spoke. Those are resources that I believe that are the type of resource that can be facilitators, that can serve as the bridges and have the perspective that of experience and people who are experienced with other TRCs that can help this move forward. They don't have an agenda. The learning curve is steep for all. I believe that every single member of council and every single commissioner needs to take ownership. And we need trust. Trust is not built by tearing down other people. Trust is built by sharing ideas and listening to other people. We absolutely have to get this right. And in part, not just for ourselves, but in part because I'm watching every day as our legislature is trying to tie our collective hands on many issues that are closely related to this, including today, from telling demonstrators what they can and can't do, to working on banning implicit bias training. I came into this meeting thinking, I try to come into meetings with an open mind. I came into this meeting thinking that I was going to say, yes, let's have a short suspension. I'm not sure I believe in that now, but we need certain things to go forward. If we are going to have a suspension, there needs to be built into this resolution a specific time frame to relaunch. A process curriculum for all who are going to serve on a commission can be useful for all city commissions. I think people clarified about the money this evening. I think it would also be useful for us to build into the future just a clarity about the money, that we need an operating budget, and that is not the whole $1 million. We'll need to extend the time. If we do suspend, we need to extend the timeline for a budget. We need to extend the timeline for the commission as a whole. One narrative we heard a lot this evening, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to take much longer, is that because those who have often been in power aren't anymore, we have to intervene. To me, it's that we need all the voices at the table. And And we need all voices present in a way that is qualitatively different from other commissions. This cannot end up being about young versus old, established community voices versus new voices, Black voices versus immigrants. Any other dividing line you want to name, it has to be all voices. And finally, as Eduardo Gonzalez from the George Mason Project wrote to us, it's normal, it is rational to distrust. Building just societies with new ideas and sources of authority requires the paradox of trust and the recognition of our own wounds. He also wrote succinctly that successful truth commissions learn from their peers. Strong commissions rarely vote. They function based on consensus and mutual respect. Effective commissions are listening places, and successful commissions carry out extensive society consultation. Sorry, I have laryngitis, that's all.
Well, those of you who've listened to council and have heard my thoughts on issues that we've been asked to address are familiar with my inclination to try to understand what the nature of the problem is and if there is a particular model that could perhaps be applied in order to approach that particular issue or problem. And as has been said tonight, the notion of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission is a very, very difficult problem. And there aren't many models. I mean, there are some, but it's not one that I could say I'm confident I understand the terrain. And so it was something that, and we've since heard from some of these folks that I would be interested in hearing from. I was interested in understanding what these experts, those who understand the terrain of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, could provide us in terms of providing a framework to get the work done. Because my concern in having watched the meetings of March 1st and March 4th was, and I think Jesse Case tried to keep emphasizing this, we've got to get to the work. I think sometimes getting to the work can be a unifying theme rather than the kind of interaction that we were seeing on the commission. But I don't feel we as a council, and it was not, I don't think there was anyone's fault here to be blamed or to point fingers at. We were all, I think, working with the best of intentions. But I do think we did not give the commission sufficient framework in order to thrive, at least from an earlier stage in the process. What is the nature of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission? Bring in some experts to help them understand what they are embarking on, because it is a difficult journey. And we didn't provide that. I feel we do need to provide that now. I mean, in terms of the resolution, the idea of a temporary suspension would be to try to provide that foundation that I felt we as a council did not provide to the commission, so that it would be easier for them to succeed in their work. Give them an idea, give them the facilitator prior to starting their work. I think that was another concern that I've had, is that that facilitator, which I would almost want to say is also a project manager to try to get this project to its completion. I think if that person had been there from the beginning, it would have also been helpful. I think that facilitator should be more of a neutral party. And in hindsight, I think having Jesse Case being better acquainted with some of the members than others fed into some of the differences that exist between the commissioners. So in my view, I would like to try to form that foundation that I think we failed to provide the commission. That would be the purpose of the temporary suspension, would be to bring in the experts to help all of us understand what the nature of this problem is, that is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and try to provide a framework moving forward so that the work can flow and do so in a way that's timely, sequenced, and related to the tasks that we gave them. Another thought that was one of the three options that Jesse presented, Jesse Case. I have from the beginning have in looking as I could to see what some of these models and other Truth and Reconciliation Commissions have presented. Some of them have been nonprofits, 501(c)(3)s. I just read about one today that was established in Maine maybe 5 years ago, that it was a successful in its mission. Given the issues that this commission has had with the council in terms of independence, it's still something that I think at least should be considered because if this commission wants true independence, that would be one way of achieving it. So it's again something that could be considered in this time that the space that we would allow for reconsidering and reestablishing the foundation for this commission.
For me, I really think there is no one single reason to suspend this commission. There is no one single reason to pause this commission. I don't see any reason. Is the commission have challenges? Yes, they do have a lot of challenges happening, but we have to admit the last meeting that they made a lot of progress on those challenges that whether I talked to some council outside this meeting about them or not, but this is what happened. Last meeting was great in like improving the way that they conduct their meeting. If I hear council saying about training and all this kind of, thing that we need them to learn, like proposing maybe training, bylaws, all this can be happening without a suspension or without a pause. We can just continue and give them a clear direction for their next meeting to do what we want them to do. And in the meantime, we can consult with all the, the university that Janice mentioned area, so they can just give them training and, like help them stand up. This is not easy. And I think this commission is making history. I told them last time that they are making history. And this commission is unique of its kind. And we need to continue with it. I don't support a pause or I don't support even, a suspension. I really propose that we let them continue with clear instructions of what we want them to do. Everybody here saying that training, like consultant, do this and do that. That's not going, yeah, we have 3 people, 3 vacants. We have vacants all the time in different commissions. In fact, every single meeting of the council, we announce new vacants. We can continue to announce, we're encouraging the people who resign to come and apply again. This position is open for everyone if they want to. But I don't see any necessity for suspension or pausing this commission.
All right, I think we've all had a chance to express ourselves. I guess one of the questions is, it sounded like I heard a majority supporting the suspension of the TRC. Within that, I heard some comments about having be a little more direct in what we're going to do during the time of the suspension. I did just want to make point about the suspension that was submitted in our packet, not the one by Councilor Burgess, but This one was more generalized, where it didn't really lock us into anything specific. TRC pending further discussion and action by the council. Personally, I do believe that if the TRC, I believe that the TRC needs to be in conversation with council, but that's only one me that I heard say that. I heard process and clarity, timeline. I think some of that is actually covered in what Councilor Burgess submitted. So I guess the question is, where do people want to be with the language in the suspension? I would also say that I heard quite a few counselors talking about wanting to continue the commission. So, I mean, whether there is a lot of words in this or not in the suspension, I still feel that we have opportunity. There'll be opportunity to have meetings and figure out next steps.
I just think that all the council talked about, sometimes it's not really clear that are you want it to be suspended or you want it to be suspended temporary, or can you just let us be clear without like talking too much about it? Just like 2 words. I would like this commission, like for example, I'm not, of course. I don't like this commission to be suspended or both. Can anyone say what they want? So maybe you can say, I want it to be suspended, but for 1 meeting and resume with the same people on the council. I need to, when you talk about it clearly so we can understand what we are voting for. Please, everybody, you can lane, talk.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think we need to put a deadline on it. And I guess one of the questions I would have is, if we're going to advertise for new positions, clarifying how long that is, because I think we need to have the commission filled. Again, I think having those 3 people out is a real problem when this commission has just started. So I think it needs to be long enough to get those 3 people on. And for me tonight, we don't necessarily need any other language other than a deadline. And I think during that time, we need to then work on some of those other things we've talked about tonight, but I don't think we have to decide all of that tonight. I do think we have to do a deadline so it gives the public the confidence as much as we can. There's not a lot of trust out there right now, at least not with the people that spoke tonight, but at least they know that we are serious about not disbanding this, that we actually want to continue and so have a deadline. So I don't know if that's 45 days. I don't know if it would take us 60 days, but I think we need to get those 3 people back on.
I'll just add that the applications for the positions are due the 27th of April 27th, which is a Tuesday, 5 p.m. And so at that meeting is when council would be appointing new commissioners.
Can you say that again, Maya, please?
Yeah, so for the 3 positions that's available, applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, April 27th. And so I just wanted to offer that.
So to clarify, those appointments would be the following Tuesday, May 4th, would be your next council meeting. So the applications due April 27th, appointments May 4th.
Why are you saying application 27th of April? Why is not like early April? If we really would like to fill out those, position as soon as possible.
We have to give a 30-day notice, a minimum of a 30-day notice.
But the council cannot waive that?
Eleanor, you can chime in. I don't believe so.
I don't know that there's a specific resolution that sets that 30 days. Is there, Kelly?
I thought it was state law.
No, it's not. It's not a matter of state code. You could choose to open it for a period of time.
Okay, then I encourage the council to have the application by our, like, early April. If we really would like to move forward in this TRC, then let us fill out the, positions and move forward.
Oz is right.
What are thoughts?
I appreciated the idea of a joint meeting and trying to maybe, if we're talking about direction and understanding and shared understanding, I think a joint meeting makes a lot of sense. And I think having that as soon as possible makes a lot of sense.
I think one of the challenges.
I'm sorry, what if we had the applications due, I don't know what, Kelly, I don't know what your turnaround time is, but what if they were due by the 13th or 14th of April so they could be in the packet on the 15th and we could make appointments on April 20th? That gives people almost a month, or right about a month. And then I agree on the meeting, but I think that meeting needs to wait till we have a full commission.
I like that calendar that Susan just proposed. That sounds logical and gives people time to think of applying and gives us time then to look at the applications and do the appointments and then proceed in May with helping them to get settled with some objectives and bylaws and learning Robert's rules and those kinds of things to get going smoothly, and our joint meeting, having joint meeting with us with their full commission then.
That will make the mystery meeting. I don't think that will be like ideal. Wow, and also it's still 30 days. My whole proposal was about not making 30 days. It's almost 30 days though. But if we can just really have it by the end of the month or the 1st of April, I guess. Let me see. Yeah, if we have it like before the Thursday, the end of the end of the month, the 31st or the 30th, and we can discuss this appointing on the the meeting of the 6th of April. I think that would be good.
I think that's too short. I think people in the community, given what's been going on, I think there's a lot of people are going to need to take some time and talk to others about whether they want to serve and what that means. And so I'm not comfortable rushing it in 2 weeks.
I'm not comfortable delaying it, and that will make them delay more than 3 meetings, which is not okay. I just, if the council, please, if you can speak about this and see if you are agree for that or not.
I believe that it's important for the commissioners to meet with council, and if there will be appointments made, those new commissioners, I think, is vital that they meet with council. I do hear the urgency from Mayor Pro Tem, and I hear you very clearly. I respect that. I also know that just time-wise, with people, getting applications in, I think that's, we have to allow that time for people to do that.
That's true. We can always extend it if we don't have enough people, Mayor. We've been doing that. Last time we just extended one because only one person applied. And I think we can extend it. But for me, if we can, because we need to meet with the commissioner, we can meet on the second meeting, like the 20th of April with the commissioner. And before that, we need the full commissioner.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I guess for me personally, I think if the 13th is if we have applications due by the 13th and we appoint by the 20th, if council wants to, have a special meeting with just the commissioners, we can do that. Otherwise, Tuesday, the 4th of May. But I mean, I hear that, but that's where I would be. I do wonder if there is some work that can be done in between time that can kind of, because I hear Mayor Pro Tem saying that that's a little far out. I wonder if there's something that we can do in the meantime, either with current commissioners or I saw that in Councilor Burgess, she had her resolution, which really, focusing on training to assist the TRC in creating and maintaining safe spaces for dialogue, building trust and committing to consistent meeting procedures. So I personally believe there needs to be work on the current resolution for the TRC, so that it's more prescriptive. So maybe if that is some work that we can do before, in the meantime, that I think that could help the process along.
I mean, it's my understanding that at least one member has now already been in touch with this George Mason University Center and has asked for assistance. And that's the part where it gets very difficult for me to want to disrupt that portion, because those are resources that have the experience, that have the links with people who've served on reconciliation commissions in Greensboro, North Carolina, in South Africa, and as well as expertise. I've not heard of the Ohio Commission before, but these are the types of resources that they should be working with now.
But my concern is all the commissioners should be working with them. I think if 6 of them start working with these
You froze, Susan. Yep, she froze.
Well, I certainly agree that it would be highly preferable to have all the commissioners participate with, outside experts if that's the direction we're going. Would March 30th be too early for the applications to be due? 2 weeks?
I really support that, because we need all the commission to have, opportunity to meet with the expert and to have the opportunity to learn and to have the opportunity to meet with us as soon as possible.
I think just to kind of clarify what we're looking at too. I'm not in favor of reforming the resolution that made the commission personally. I mean, I think that, giving them the opportunities for training of what a city commission is and how, kind of like what those expectations are, that's more my intention. I really do like the joint meeting idea. That would require the full commission. But if there's any of that training that can happen in the short term, because it wouldn't have to be the full commission as a group, I think bringing, I think sharing some of those resources and letting that part continue, just like Janice was saying, makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, not in the context of a, you know, the entire group having a meeting, because obviously if there's a quorum of whoever is there, it needs to be a public meeting. But if there's individual connections that can be made and resources shared while we're waiting to appoint the open seats, I don't know why we couldn't do that.
So then would it be of interest to have someone from, is it George Mason? Or we also had Eduardo to meet with between the commission and council? Is that what I'm hearing or no?
So to be clear, Eduardo Gonzalez, who wrote us a letter, is part of the George Mason
George Mason.
University Mary Hope project
Okay,
to support TRCs.
great, thank you.
And I don't think we have to be on that meeting.
I agree. I don't believe we need to be part of that. That should be between
TRC and
the TRC and their mentors, or the people who are putting them in touch with people who know how TRCs are run and what the challenges are and how to confront them.
Sure. Now what? Still, we don't have clear direction.
Yeah,
Mayor,
so
may I just, so you guys can have the dates as far as getting notices in the paper, we could get the 3 vacancies in the paper by Friday. And as far as turnaround time, having it on a Tuesday for a Thursday packet is the normal, but just so you know, it wouldn't go in the paper until Friday the 19th.
And that would give us 2 weeks.
Well, let me. I'm sorry, Saturday.
The 20.
Correct.
Okay. And if we, and the package will be on the 1st of April.
It would be for the April 1st packet.
Mm-hmm.
Normally we would have a deadline on the Tuesday before. That just gives us time to put it together.
Which is the 30th. I don't know.
So lots of silence. All right, so I guess I'm just gonna take some votes here and see where people are. I know Susan isn't here. She's having internet issues and trying to join back in. So it sounds like applications could be, so they can be due whenever we say they're due, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the question that I'm going to pose first is the date that we actually appoint commissioners. Would it be the first Tuesday in April or the third Tuesday in April? So the 6th or the 20th? Or, you know, I mean, we can go into May, but I'll start there.
The 6th.
Yeah. So if you want the 6th, just say the 6th, and I'll just start counting.
The 6th.
Yeah, the 6th.
6th.
Okay.
I would prefer longer, because I think the problem we moved so hastily when we initially started this. I just think giving time for people to think about this and apply. But if the rest of you feel the 6th, all right, that's fine.
Okay, so the majority is for the 6th already. All right, so applications, appointments will be on the 6th. And so the due date, so that we can give Kelly, do you need a due date?
It would be March 30th by 5 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
March 30th by 5 p.m. All right.
Okay.
So then TRC joint meeting would be on the 20th.
Do you want it to be on the same day of our meeting, or that will be a special meeting?
Well, we're appointed on the 6th, so I don't think that we wouldn't appoint until after. And I think, at least I've heard from a few counselors that they want the full commissioners there.
Right, I think what
Yes.
Maz meant was a separate, not with our regular city council meeting on the 20th, but a separate special
Yes.
meeting.
Yes, thank you.
I'm open to that.
Yeah, I mean, like we can choose a week of the 8th, the week after, between the first city council meeting on April and the 2nd. So if we can have, it is not the 8th, the week of the 12th, any day, special meeting, and especially will be just for this matter. It will be better not to be on the same day of the city council meeting. Today we have long meeting.
And the agenda on this meeting would be what?
So do we need to decide this right now, or
No,
do we
we
need
don't
to be focused on sort of what exactly the resolution is going to say right now?
I think if we can focus on the resolution, and then the meeting for the TRC joint meeting, maybe we can have Kelly send out an email to confirm the date and time. If people
And you're looking at the week of the 12th?
Yes.
Okay, I can do that.
All right.
Okay.
So then, as far as language, one thing that was proposed is adding a date to end the suspension. So it would be a temporary suspension until such date.
Can you tell me, because I'm really not following their meeting, what their meeting will be in April?
Well, I think they're going every other Thursday, which in April, because normally they have been the week of council meetings, but in April it would have been on the 1st. So then they're going opposite council meetings.
You mean on April 1st, they should have a meeting, and on the 8th, no, but every other meeting, Thursday, right?
Correct.
Right.
I think they can resume if we appoint on the 6th, and we have meeting with them on the week of the 12th. Maybe we can let them start on the 15th.
I think the only challenge is we need to meet.
Yeah, we meet between that. We have to figure out the time. This is important. We don't want to delay it.
Yeah.
Can I just mention, you might want to think about, if you're going to appoint on the 6th, you're going to want to consider the availability of the commission members for meeting with you as well. So
that's what we said, Eleanor. We said we're going to meet with them on the week of the 12th.
But you won't know until they're appointed what their availability is.
We can always change it, I think.
Is council available on the 15th, and we could try and set our joint meeting on their regular meeting day?
Good idea. Good idea. I'm available.
I am too.
I'm available.
April 15th, I'm available.
Okay.
I just, again, that the whole point of this also is to give them some time to totally understand, because that was a big issue in those early meetings was they had no comprehension of Robert's rules, how a meeting runs, the whole thing about open meeting laws and agendas and only talking about items that are on agendas. We need to make it clear and know that the members understand those rules and guidelines, and that's what a commission follows and how a commission is run. So we need to know that they've had the time to, and as it was brought up, they wouldn't have to all in group be instructed on these things, but individually or two at a time or something could meet with Kelly or whoever's designated to help them understand these things, or Eleanor. But that needs to be done before we allow them to meet again. And I think that's just totally important.
But first, I just want to tell you that, Pauline, the robot rules, we never asked them to do that in the beginning. So if we want them to do it, it has to be the full commission. And maybe on our joint meeting, those kind of things will be our recommendations to them on that joint meeting. After that, they can go and learn all this, because they are not going to meet, as I know. If you going to suspend it now until the 15th, nobody should meet between then. Am I right, Mayor, or you want them still to meet?
If it's suspended, they shouldn't be meeting until after the
Then, I think we just need, on the meeting of the 15th, we're gonna give them clear direction on what the council think, what they can do.
And I don't know if I think it can be, there's question as if, even if we suspend it, if the commission still exists and because they're still appointed, maybe we need to add, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it becomes a little complicated at that point. I guess we can suggest that they not meet until after we meet.
Janice, are you available on the 15th?
Yes.
Thanks, yeah.
Okay. So then are we?
Oh, question, point of order. Have we actually voted on the resolution temporarily suspending?
No.
We haven't voted on anything.
When are we going to do that?
We're going to do that next. We needed to, there was a desire to have a date, at least have a date in there of when the TRC would convene. So I guess the question is, are they convening on the 15th?
I would say yes.
Yes.
Okay. I personally think that council should come and have another discussion on the 20th in work session, and then decide if at that point have this suspension up for discussion.
We said suspension with a date of retain on the 15th. Why we are coming again and talking about it on the 20th?
One, I believe that depending on how that meeting goes, council may have thoughts, but that's just me personally.
Let us be optimistic and positive about it, and I think this will be great.
Yeah. So council is saying the 15th. Okay. I see 3 heads. I see 4. All right.
I think Susan is on by phone now, she said. I don't know how.
Oh, can we switch her from? I think they're working on it. Yep, there she is. All right. And I'm not Sure how much you heard during your time away. Sorry, we had to continue. So at this point, the resolution proposal are people comfortable with not the one that Laura did, but the one that was in the packet where we would add a suspension until April 15th?
That last sentence changed to,
Folks, I think if you just make a motion to amend the resolution that, or not, make a motion to amend the resolution that's on the floor to temporarily suspend until April 15th, rather than until further action by the council, that'll be sufficient.
Okay.
Does the current resolution say that we must keep all the current commissioner there, or this is have something to do with anything? I really haven't read it to the end.
It doesn't say anything about except suspending the commission till further action by the city council, which if you make this motion, it'll then say suspend the commission until April 15th.
But it wouldn't change anything of the remit. It wouldn't change anything else, as my understanding.
Right. I mean, the title will change, et cetera, but substantively, that's what will change.
And just to be more clear, the commissioners who are still there are still there.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't have any effect on that, right?
Right. Thank you.
Kelly, I'm not sure that Susan can unmute right now. Is it? I'm not sure what's going on there. Is it possible to promote her? Or is she able to participate?
I'm not sure either, unless we try to make her a co-host, which I think Lily will have to do if she can. Okay, she's a co-host. I don't know if she can unmute now or not. Bruce, is it *9 from your phone?
That's what I've been told.
Wait, that's to raise hand.
Oh, right, to raise your hand.
That might be the issue. I don't know what the unmute is from your phone.
If I'm on my iPhone, if I'm scroll all the way to the left, there's an option to unmute. There's also usually an option to unmute at the bottom. So we need tech problems are always the most fun.
It's also *6 to unmute on a phone.
Okay, hopefully she can hear. I may text her the phone number to call in too, just in case.
So while that's working out, I just want to at least make it clear what we'll be voting on. So we'll be voting on accepting the TRC until April, temporarily suspending the TRC until April 15th. And we'll be removing the following: the operation of the TRC pending further discussion and action by the city council. So that's the language changes that we'll be voting on.
So I'm sorry, but I'm still confused as to where we stand with the procedurally. Did we actually have the motion on the floor, and that we now need to actually have a motion to amend that?
You're muted, Eleanor.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
I kind of wanted to wait for Susan to come back to hear the amendment.
I mean, I think she could hear us. She's been texting me that she can't, even though it tells her to tap to unmute or do other things, she hasn't been able to unmute. But I mean, so she can text me, but
Can she call you and you put her on the phone through you when she talk?
we could do that too.
I think she must be trying to call in because she just dropped off.
Okay.
See if she shows up here.
Mayor, while we're waiting, so I'm looking at the textual change of the resolution that we were talking about. I just want to be clear about a couple of ideas that we bounced around of, like, what in the interim, right? Like individual commissioners or less than a quorum of commissioners connecting with Eduardo Gonzalez, and I think we're okay with that, right? I mean, I don't know where other counselors stand. That was my understanding. And then the actual next meeting of the commission would be the 15th, which would be a joint meeting with council. Or is that not what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we
yes. Can. Congratulations.
Yeah, technology, such a wonderful thing.
Yep.
I
So
missed a lot of the discussion. I'm hearing you talk about a meeting on April 15th. I guess my question, if you can just really briefly fill me in, what's the deadline going to be for us to fill the 3 positions? And what do we expect to accomplish at that meeting on the 15th?
So March 30th is the deadline for the applications, if I understood correctly. April 6th is when we'll do the appointments. And then April 15th would be a typical TRC meeting, because they meet every other week. And so council would meet with them in a joint session at 7 p.m. as I believe is their meeting time.
Personally, I think that's way too short to get applicants.
Yeah, and I hear you. I think there was a majority that actually put it forth on, with that time frame. So I just wanted to get you up to speed there. All right.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate it.
Yes. So I think Burgess just had one last clarification question, and that was TRC members meeting between now and the 15th.
To me, they should not be if we're suspending it. Plus, to me, I think it's really important to have the full commission together as they move forward.
Right, Laura, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding was that you were talking about small groups of them talking to the experts at the George Mason Center, as opposed to meeting among themselves.
Correct. That the understanding would be there couldn't be a quorum or full commission. Eleanor, you looked like you were going to say something.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay. Yeah, like that we're suspending the meeting as a body, but anything less than a quorum, they're still appointed commissioners. They could, they're individually doing research or talking with people. I don't think prohibiting that makes any sense.
I'm not sure we could at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a very good idea for them to start like reaching out, as Janice said, and during this time, just like make things ready. When they have full commission, they can just do those meetings.
Here's
All right.
one more question before you make the motion to amend. Do you want the resolution to say suspended until April 15th, at which time there will be a joint meeting with the city council, or you just want to say till April 15th?
I think it needs to be clear that what we want is the joint meeting before they meet on their own again.
Okay, so what if that's the case, you should include it in the motion.
Sure, but Mayor, have you asked Susan if she available on the 15th? Because everybody's available, but I don't hear if she is or not.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mom.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Any last final comments?
Don't suspend it. Don't pause it.
Okay. All right. So I do have one final comment. I am, changing the language from further discussion and action by the council, I think is a substantive change that I worry about. Until April 15th, it sounds like, the majority of council wants to go for this, but just for me personally, I feel that this is too fast. So I'll leave it at that. All right, could I get a motion to amend the resolution to state where we will remove the operation of the TRC pending further discussion and action by the city council to now state to temporarily suspend until April 15th, at which time a joint meeting with council will take place.
I think I can wordsmith it.
Right.
Mayor.
But something to that effect.
Just something to that effect. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Could I have a motion, please?
Did we need to amend
Amend.
the prior motion? So does that need to be whoever made that motion?
No, it's just a motion. It's just a motion to amend the resolution that's on the floor. So that's all we need.
I'll move that.
I'll make that motion.
So Thomas moved, Burgess second.
Yeah.
All right. And then we're going to do roll call, please.
Just a voice vote.
Oh, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Oh, I can't hear you.
Nay.
Nay.
Is this for
I'm
the
opposed.
amending or what is this for?
This is amending for the current language.
Why not voting?
Mims is
So it's temporarily suspending until April 15th.
Yeah, but this is just to change the motion, and
Yes.
after that we're gonna vote for the motion.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Mhm.
Okay. All right. So yes, and then we have three nays. It was Taylor, myself, and Mims. All right. So we have the motion on the floor now to temporarily suspend the operation of the Ad Hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Roll call, please.
Is that the first one? And now I'm confusing. That the first one that we already have second and okay.
Correct.
I'm sorry. What we're voting on
We're voting on the resolution as amended.
as amended. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay,
I
Taylor,
got confused too.
Not as amended because we have already one on the floor for without amending it. We have a first and we have a second.
no,
We
no.
just amended this resolution so that it ends on the 15th. And now
Okay,
we're
so-
voting on the resolution. as
So
amended.
let me start at the beginning. When you started this whole discussion, the resolution temporarily suspending the operation of the Ad Hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission was put on the floor. You just amended it so that it is a temporary suspension until April 15th, at which time they will meet with the city council. So that resolution has now been amended. Now we're going to vote on the resolution as amended. So you're voting on whether to suspend the Ad hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission until April 15th, at which time they'll have a joint meeting with the city council.
And we're going to come back to that, or we are not coming back?
No, we're not coming. This is the last vote.
And if this failed, what's gonna happen?
If it fails, then there's no suspension of the TRC.
Okay.
We ready?
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
No.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee.
No.
Motion passes 5-2. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Weiner.
Second, Burgess.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 27 is council appointments. 27A, Board of Adjustment. Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term, January 1st through 2021 through December 31st, 2025. And this is a council discussion. I believe there are 2 people that are there. So we have Nancy Carlson and John Hatley.
I think the last time we looked at this, we were hoping to get a better gender balance than what exists. So I'm happy to see that a female, Nancy Carlson, applied, and I would move that we put her on the Board of Adjustment.
I support that.
Okay.
Great.
I'm seeing a majority of heads nodding in support. All right. And then why don't we go ahead and do the next one, 27B, which is Civil Service Commission. Civil Service Commission, one vacancy to fill a 4-year term, April 6th, 2021 through April 7th, 2025. And there's only one applicant there, Melissa Jensen. And she's
Melissa.
actually, go right ahead.
Sorry, I'm just saying I would support Melissa. She's been on there. She's finishing her like a full term.
Yeah, she's finishing a full term. I don't know if this is one of those commissions where it's hard to get applicants, or if there's some can have a need for a second term.
Yeah, we waited quite a while before we got Ann Rhodes to apply. So we had a vacancy for quite a while. And so I think Melissa's been on there, I think has done a good job. So I would support her reappointment.
It seems to me like one of those commissions where you actually need some knowledge and expertise to begin with, not that people can't gain it. So I would support it as well.
Okay. I'm seeing support. All right. And I think that is it. So then I'm going to have, could I get a motion to appoint Nancy Carlson to the Board of Adjustments and Melissa Jensen to the Civil Service Commission?
Move what you said.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Weiner. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. All right. We are at item number, motion passes 7-0. We are at item number 28, announcement of vacancies new. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. This is the Ad Hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission, 3 vacancies to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through June 30th, 2022. And applicants must be received by, can I make this change? Because now we have applicants need to be received by 5 p.m. on the 30th of March, 2021.
Kelly, I have a question for you. Is the people who are already on file, can they apply, or how you will notify them, or how things work when you have some people already apply for this commission before?
They will automatically get an email saying that there's vacancies and their application that they previously submitted will be put back in for those vacancies. And it says if you would like to opt out, they have to reply to that email. Otherwise, they'll automatically be put in there.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Okay. All right, could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Thomas.
Moved by Thomas, seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 29. Applicants, these are announcements of vacancies previous. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. Board of Adjustments, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Human Rights Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, April 13th, 2021. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Board of Appeals, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, East College Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, North Side, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Woodlawn, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Senior Center Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Telecommunications Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We're at item number 30. I did see Ryan from UISG. Not sure. There he is. Hello.
Good evening, Council. Given the
Good morning.
time, I will. Yeah. Good morning. I will X out what else I had to say in my report, but I just want to reiterate on behalf of the undergraduate student government that we very much support the work of the TRC and the important work that they have to do in attacking systemic racism in Iowa City and to be a model for the rest of Iowa. And so we continue to voice our support for the TRC, especially given the leaders of it being so many young people and so many people who have such a great effect on the university population and the university population's life in Iowa City. So I just wanted to say that again, and I apologize it's not best worded. It's 12:30 in the morning, but that's all I had to say for tonight, and thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. At item number 31, City Council information. Anyone? No.
Really brief. Extreme condolences to the city of Atlanta and this what appears to have been a really horrendous hate killing tonight of Asian Americans.
Oh,
Sad to hear that. Item number 32. Any city staff that want to give a report, just jump out there. All right. Item number 33. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
happy to do that. Good morning, everyone. Adjourn. Move to
right.
adjourn.
That.
All right.
Second.
Moved by Celeste, seconded by, I did hear Weiner say second, so I'll give it to her. All in favor say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? We are adjourned. Have a good night.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Good
everyone.
morning.
Or good morning. Yes.
Okay, bye, everyone.